Warm greetings from the high 10s, everyday shenanigans. Thanks for joining me. Hello. 1 second. Let me chime out of here 1 second. I can't get my bearings together today. A little bit flustered. Too much information to bring. It's just too much going on. 1 second, you guys. Get everything together. Thank you for joining me. Okay. Decided to show myself because I have a lot of new fans, new subscription holders. Welcome. Thank you for patronizing. Know that we can agree to disagree. I just got information today pertaining to Billie Joe. Billie Joe, the Department of Human Services is trying to decide if they want to charge you with gross negligence of the children because the children were left in your custody. You may not have exacted the final blow to baby Quentin, but they're trying to decide. They've had a briefing today. I got private information sent to the Queen to let me know you are on their radar, and they're going to decide if it wants to be criminal charges or on the family court side. Frankly, I think it should be criminal because you were the custodian. Whether you were there, not there, doesn't matter. Your name's on the paper. You should have never put your name on that piece of paper. You should have never put your name on that paper. That's where you messed up. And naturally, they're going to go and see when you actually signed the document, you and your daughter. And if indeed you happen to have had this welding position at that time, that will show cause that you signed those documents knowing you had no intention of taking care of those children. You knew that you would not be living in Savannah, Georgia during the weekday or however your schedule is, and whatever else they may find. Praying for a resolution. I'm supposed to get an update later on this week when they decide to make a decision if they want to charge you or not. That's the intel I got today, everybody. So please pass the information along. I'm praying it makes its way all the way to Canada, since that source knows so much about what happened in Savannah, Georgia, October 5th. Isn't that interesting? Coming to the story, a day late, dollar short, but know everything about what happened to baby Quentin. Please pass that information along. Welcome to Everyday Shenanigans. Let's get this party started. Daddy Don is free like OJ all day. Donald, are you going to make your way back to YouTube? We are curious. Now, you wouldn't want to get hung up in the YouTube drama again now, would you? We are going to go back in time a year ago. I have stumbled across a gentleman who is a statement analyst. His name is Peter Hyatt, and I'm going to play his assessment of Donald Wells and Candace Bly Wells' statements to the public pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells. Welcome home, Don. Thank you for joining me, everybody. Would you like to donate to this great network? $sign Beganji, 129 Cash App. All stickers and chats are welcome during this live. This is a two-part live pertaining to Billie Joe. Praying the state takes you down, baby, because you and your daughter are equally negligent. And one, the daughter, I do believe deliberately killed that baby, and possibly that baby daddy of her other child may have some involvement as well. We're going to keep him in the loop as well because we don't know him, barely know her. Somebody knows something. Peter Hyatt, please check out his content on YouTube. This is a professional giving his assessment of Donald Wells and Candace Bly's statement last year. We're going back in time, everybody. Welcome to ES. Hello, everybody. In the flesh. I don't know why this isn't playing. Strange. Let me see. Maybe he's just reading a statement.
Years ago, John Walsh.
He's going to start. Hold on. Thank you. Now my coffee done got cold. Let me warm my coffee up. This is going to be probably a long live. Feel free to catch the replay when you have the time. Thank you for joining me.
It automatically, I'm going to do that, causes a sense of conflict. In other words, my opinion is going to be buffeted by the opinions of others. So as I'm looking at a particular statement, as I'm looking at a particular word, I'm going to get pushback. I'm going to be challenged on it. People from different perspectives are going to have different opinions on it. And I think that's not simply helpful, but it really is essential. And that's where the greatest learning comes from as you're working with professionals with all different backgrounds, from the obvious in law enforcement investigation, some federal, some state, some private, also within business, social sciences. There are many different backgrounds, and they bring those backgrounds to the table looking to gain to the truth. We all follow the same principles, and the principles lead to a very high success rate. It's not always perfect, but the goal is always to strive for 100% accuracy. Some of the problems we encounter will look like this. This person is deceptive. However, is the person deceptive about this particular allegation, or might there be attendant crimes? And this was a lesson I learned years ago, where a little girl went missing and the father was deceptive about the little girl going missing. He did not kill her, but he was under the influence and passed out and unable to supervise her, and she got out on her own and was killed. So there's an example where I concluded deception indicated, but it wasn't accurate where that deception was located or why the deception was there. It was evident that he was deceptive, but not about the particular allegation. It's also challenging with journalists editing. That can be very difficult. There are certain questions that just need to be asked when a child goes missing. Do you know where your child is? It may seem difficult for some journalists because they're afraid to lose the interview, but the person, for example, who did not do it, who has no involvement or no guilty knowledge of what happened to the child, is glad to have that cleared off. Remember, many years ago, John Walsh used to say to parents, take the polygraph. Take the polygraph immediately. Be cleared so police can move on quickly to find your child. Great advice. Every so often, and it is rare, but every so often someone is falsely accused, and that can cause quite a delay and quite a lot of heartache, additional heartache. But it's best not to be overly sensitive, because parents who have a child missing, their priority is the child missing, not their reputation. That was not the case, for example, in some of the ones that we've covered, including the disappearance of Madeleine McCann. Their priority was self and self-preservation. It wasn't appealing to a kidnapper, describing and owning the language of a kidnapping, nor reaching out for her. So this is a strange case that I think you'll appreciate some of the feedback from the team that I'm going to bring forward here. And hopefully some can join us in.
He's reading the statement from Candace and Donald last year.
See if I can get them in. Key of this was pushback. So the first statement I'm going to look at, pulling up here, begins with, well, sir, I was at work, so that from what my wife has told me and stuff, her and her mother in summer were planting flowers by her grandma's trailer, which is about, 20 feet from the house there, real close to the house. And Summers all of a sudden said, Mom, I want to go in the house. So she said, fine. And her brothers were in there watching YouTube, and she watched her walk in the door and went in there. And then she went in there, and her brother said that she's going to go downstairs and play with her toys. So she went downstairs, and then her mom come in and says, where's Summer? Well, she's downstairs playing with her toys, and she had to holler for, and there was no answer. So she went downstairs, et cetera, et cetera. So the first thing we notice about this is that he wasn't there to make this account. He's giving an account from what someone else told him. That puts it under a classification of unreliable. We are notoriously unreliable when quoting others. And so for that reason, in terms of analyzing, we have to keep in mind that we're looking at an unreliable statement. He is relating information from someone else. The difficulty we run into with that is attempting to understand what is his perspective on this. There are some questions we can answer. And the most important one would be this. Does he believe his wife's account on what happened? Does he entertain doubt? Does he stand strongly behind her? And the length of his description, before we get there, the length of his description, talking to the reporter, is something unusual when you're relating the words of someone else. What we do is we begin with the presumption of innocence, not as an ethical or moral stance, but as a principle of statement analysis. So we're going to always believe what the subject, the speaker, tells us, unless he talks us out of that position. And in such, we ask ourselves, what would I say? What would you say if you were at work and got a phone call and your 5-year-old girl was missing? What would you say? That's your little girl, that's your biological daughter, and she's missing. How long would you stay on the phone? You probably would ask some questions of your wife, the mother, biological mother, and seek to learn, wait, what do you mean she's missing? And where did she go? Where did you last see her? Okay, hang up with me and call 911 right now. That sort of thing. It wouldn't take long. So when a reporter says, what happened?
I agree.
I was at work, my wife called me and
Hello,
said
Deborah.
my daughter was missing. That would suffice. The reporter obviously wants more detail. And as we've seen thus far, Don and Candace Wells have been more than willing to talk to anyone and everyone. In fact, a post that's reported to be from the family, a blog, came up recently where they show concern over rumors about them, and they're still there and that sort of thing. And most parents are thinking to themselves, who cares? What's Summer going through? What are you doing to find Summer? Where is she? Do you know where she is? they show concern for themselves. So what we're going to do is look at his statement under the context of unreliable, because he's reporting what someone else has told him.
Yes.
As we go through that, are we able to gain an opinion on whether or not he has confidence in her words? Does he believe her? Does he embellish? Does he add to? And specifically for this statement here, is there a change within the statement itself due to its length? And the second part of this, and neither will be terribly long, is a phone interview, the transcripts that he did with Chris from the interview room. They're very important and relevant regarding the possibility of sexual abuse. So we're looking for that within language. So we're going to be in here. He starts off with well, which is a pause to think, which something that we're not terribly expecting. My wife called me, my daughter's missing. We note then that he calls the reporter sir. That is respectful, which is understandable in this particular case. If a reporter is going to carry the message, not only to Summer, but perhaps to the kidnappers, if that's what's happened to her.
Thank you, Ann.
We want to maintain a respectful distance and be grateful for media getting it out there. What we do with that, besides the fact that we're a little concerned about the need to pause to even think about what to say here, is we're going to look at if Sarah changes at all. If Sarah changes at all. Now, if you've seen my video on the mother, you'll note that I had concluded that the mother's language showed that neglect. Neglect is what happened to Summer, one way or another. Now, I don't know, and I concluded on the video with what I had to work with. I don't know whether or not she was involved directly or indirectly, but in the very least, it's indirect. The mothers, and this is how that works, the mothers need to portray herself as someone that is hyper-vigilant on a day where no vigilance, because it's supposed to be a day like no other, a day like every other, where no vigilance is necessary. That portrayal is very common in the language of mothers who have been indicated in child abuse cases, particularly for neglect. And that often has to do with substance abuse. Some of you will say, well, substance abuse is obvious in this case. And what I'm looking for, what I'm limiting myself to in that video was her language. Yes, I did see that the work that Chris did in terms of the house, the disheveled, the mess, the unsanitary conditions, those are typical signs of neglect. And neglect and substance abuse are close cousins. Remember, neglect is probably the easiest of all the elements of child abuse because it requires doing nothing or little effort. What we also look for is, in the language of addiction, is manipulation. The language of addiction is in two distinct categories. One is the language of addiction itself, an active addiction, and the other is the language of recovery, which is very different, starkly different. And I think no training was necessary for people to conclude there are substance abuse issues in this family. And that was obvious, but it's also in the language as well. So we're a little bit on alert, knowing these things, with what Don says, the father, for manipulation. For manipulation. It shouldn't be necessary. We presume that he had nothing to do with his daughter's disappearance. He was at work. There may be that the trauma of a life that he's had weighed in, which leads me to another point. You saw the behavioral panel on their work and the body language analysis. It was very impressive because they took collectively the father's history into account. History of incarceration, substance abuse, accusations, poverty, everything else you can imagine for what it means to be defeated in life and beat down. And I think they did an excellent job. So if you have a chance to watch that, it's become one of my favorite YouTube channels to tune into. So the first thing he says was, I was at work.
This is Peter Hyatt. He is a known professional in his craft. Worked with Quantico, FBI in Quantico, Virginia. I believe that's what I read. He's a statement analyst. He is critiquing Donald Wells and Candace's responses last year. I'm only bringing this up because Mr. Don is free. We're going to talk about Tennessee rights, of how you can keep your children and lose your children here in the state of Tennessee, since this case is here in Tennessee, just a little ways up the road from the Queen. Peter Hyatt, please keep him in your Rolodex. So far, I like him. Sounds pretty good to me.
My wife called me and said my daughter was missing. Not exactly. Well, sir, I was at work.
You're fine.
The pronoun I is something that we use millions of times.
Thank you.
We're very good at it. We don't need to give any pre-thought to decide what pronoun to use. When someone halts, or even worse, stutters on the pronoun I, generally speaking, it's an increase in tension or stress. So pushback would say, well, this is a stressful situation, his daughter's missing. In particular, having trouble with inserting oneself psychologically into the sentence. So you notice there is a halt or stutter on the I there, and you'll see it other places. It is an indication of stress. Stress about being present for the words here, specifically. I was at work. Now, is this his priority, or is it necessary? Now, if it's unnecessary language, we're looking at some issues here. But to relate a phone call, you have to tell us the setting of the phone call. So what we're going to do is say this priority of being at work, this opening sentence about being at work is necessary to explain why the news came from his wife. So I hope that makes sense to everyone, and you can always send me questions later on that. But right now, instead of calling this a priority like an alibi building, we're going to set it aside because it's contextually appropriate. And we'll see if that remains or not. I was at work, so from what my wife has told me, so he doesn't say what my wife told me, but from what? And so we wonder if that might be the beginning of casting a little bit of doubt or a little bit of shade upon what his wife says. And it could very well be, but at any given time, we're willing to let it pass. So from what she told me, not what she told me, but from what? So I'm going to be gleaning, which may mean he can enter into his own language, and that's what we're looking for. From what my wife has told me and stuff, so now we know there's more information that we'd like to learn about, especially if you're an interviewer. There's more things out there that you want to know. Then he uses the expression, you know. This is something we all use, and it's not something that's nefarious by itself. You know is an indication that the subject, the speaker, has an awareness at this point of his audience. And the audience could be for him the reporter and or the camera. It likely is both, but so what we do with that habit of speech is we notice what topics cause it to enter, and perhaps what topics do not cause it to enter. I'll use it when I'm speaking, if I get a little nervous in front of an audience, or a little bit self-conscious for whatever reason. If it's a difficult topic that I'm trying to deliver, something that perhaps goes against principle that is unusual, I may use it then. And I'm aware of it. And her and her mother and Summer were planting flowers by her grandma's trailer, which is about 20 feet.
Okay,
So I
thank
have
you.
to know again, and I'm looking at this as being a possible sensitive point here. I have stuff, which is stuff I don't know, and I don't know how far a house is from the trailer unless he tells me. So I'm concerned about this account.
What grandmother?
And why it's causing him to have this extra words added. 20 feet from the house there, real close to the house. So now I'm concerned, going back to her account, about him being aware of neglect. This is a normal day, it's supposed to be, and she's 5. 20 feet is about the size of a living room. It's a short distance. And Summers all of a sudden said, "Mom, I want to go in the house." Now, I don't know if these are his words or these are her words. This is why we set it aside as unreliable. And then from there, we can still look to glean information. But unreliable means we cannot draw a conclusion about whether he's telling the truth or not because he's using someone else's language, allegedly. Now, picture, this is a normal summer day. There's nothing extraordinary about it. A 5-year-old saying, "I want to go in the house," doesn't sound like something that would warrant the language all of a sudden, as if something unexpected happened. So whether this is coming from him as he's editorializing what she said, or if he's quoting her, something is amiss. Mm-hmm. Now we talk about in analysis the normal factor. The normal factor is when there is a portrayal within a statement where someone tries to normalize an event. Right. And this is something that you learn very early on in life. So if I had a group of children and I opened up a book and I started off by saying, "Once upon a time, on a day like every other day," they would lean up and know something special, something unique, something different is about to happen. My need to portray it as a normal knows that I'm here for a story and something's about to happen. It's exciting to them. This is along the same vein. There would be nothing that would be sudden about a 5-year-old saying, "I want to go in the house." It would not be a memorable event. It would not be an event of hormonal consequence, something that causes your adrenaline.
So very true. See, these are things that we sometimes do not focus on when people are talking, because a lot of people, one, speak in different terminology depending on where they were raised, how they grew up, their education. But I like the fact that he's going to chop up everything verbatim Donald Wells and Candace said. This is so true. Why would that be something all of a sudden she wants to go in the house? See, you don't even think about that. Right. It is chilling. His words are chilling when he chops up Donald Wells and Candace's conversation. This alleged event last June. All of a sudden, she wants to go in the house. What's the big deal? She's just going in the house. Very interesting.
And of hormonal consequence, something that causes your adrenaline to go. So someone is editorializing. Is it him or is it a repetition from what she said? Either way, it's not good, and that's why I have it in red. Said, "Mom, I want to go in the house." So she said fine, and her brothers were in there watching TV, so she watched her walk in the door. Now, he either got this from her or he's bringing it into himself, but if a normal day, a nice summer day, in a property that is marvelously private, with all the acres around them. Would anything need to be sudden and unexpected to say for a 5-year-old to say go in the house? And would there be a need for the mother to then do eyes-on supervision, following her right into the house? What he's doing here is he's confirming for me the analysis of Candace's statement that neglect is part of this case. Summer is missing, neglect is part of this case. This is a signal of him either acknowledging her neglect or repeating it.
So which is it? He knows what happened because he was there, or he's repeating what Candace told him. And he will point that out in this conversation. Was Donald Wells there? And this is the part where you will possibly get chills up your spine, because he's going to dissect where Donald talks about getting the call and putting the tools in his truck. When he breaks that down, your eyes are going to be like a deer in headlights, because it's something you didn't even think about at the time Don spun this web. You glazed over it because we are not professionals. We don't study people's words. Some people do, but not professionals. But that's why I always tell you all to listen. Because what did I tell you? Everything is in the details. Not yesterday, not tomorrow. At that moment when people are speaking, you need to listen at what they are saying, because the truth is at the beginning of the story. Not the end, not the middle, but at the beginning. The words they choose to use, how they describe what happened. And sometimes we do over speak. We give more details. Because when you go to court, the judge does not want you to say what you were doing when you saw the fight or the shooting. They want you to describe what you saw, not what you had on, not that the phone was ringing in the background, only the details. And that's how you get to the truth of the story. Thank you for joining me.
Went in there, and then she went in there. So we have an unnecessary emphasis. And her brother said she's going to go downstairs and play with her toys.
Yes.
We don't know when actually that was said.
Yes.
It doesn't seem to fit very well.
Yes, always
So
go
she
back to
went
the beginning.
downstairs, and then Mom come in. So looking at a present tense verb, come in. And I'd like to know, is that a regional expression? Is that the way he normally speaks? What's his baseline on that? Or is there something more there? And says, present tense, where's Summer? Well, she's downstairs playing with her toys. We don't know who this is ascribed to. If you'd like to interpret it, which I don't, you can say it was the boys, the brothers. And there was, within the language of the mother, there was the need to cast blame on anyone but herself, which is also part of the language of addiction. There's always someone else to blame, whether it is the boys, whether it is Don, whether it is the universe conspiring against me. We see that in the language of active addiction, where personal responsibility is far removed. That's why we don't like when someone says, I take responsibility for that. We'd rather you take it than talk about taking it.
Yes.
And she had to be hollered for, and there was no answer. This was interesting. She had to be hollered for. Oftentimes in neglectful homes, we'll see children who are immune to loud yelling. They're so used to it. It has little impact upon them, if any. And there was no answer. So she went downstairs and she was nowhere to be found. So here we have the word so, which is the same as like because, since. And it shows a need to explain why she went downstairs. We wouldn't need that explanation.
Exactly.
But he has the need to explain it. And oftentimes it is a way of preempting the question. So why did she go downstairs? That's not a question we would ask.
Right.
She was nowhere to be found. She went out the basement door. It was unlocked. The door was unlocked. But she's never left there, and she might be on the other side of the house. And I better tell you why, before you ask me, why she might be on the other side of the house. Mm-hmm. Because I went out there before and called for her. She'd come out from behind the house. And let me tell you the reason why she would do that before you ask me. Mm-hmm. So here you can see I'm marking up the text there, and I'm using the color blue. This should call your eyes to the three of these very close together. This is a strong signal of deliberately withholding information. So the question for us then is Don withholding this information, or is he this good, the length of this good at repeating what someone told him with all these details? Now,
hello, Julia.
I don't think that Candace told him about himself, what he would do.
I have to stop right there. Let me tell you all something. You should be bored of that. Listening to Peter talk, especially in the dark, because you got to remember, I was listening to this in the wee hour. It's creepy as all get out. Many of you know I'm a true crime fan. I love horror movies. Got to lay off all that stuff because I had a terrible, terrible nightmare the other morning. Well, it was in the early evening. I always have terrible dreams if I go to sleep early in the evening or afternoon. It throws off my equilibrium or something. He's questioning that he can remember what Candace had to say verbatim. Because sometimes we do add things when people spin a story to us. We may add a to or and or a but. And that's how stories get twisted up. So you hear Peter saying, did he hear her say all of that? Is those all her words? Or are these Don's words? Some of you may have never thought that, depending on which side of the coin you've been riding on. Was this Candace's version? Was he ad-libbing? Or was this a concocted story by both? Just saying. Food for thought.
What he would do. Because she just has to be outside. She's an outdoor type of person. But she was gone, buddy. She was gone. And sir,
Julia,
is now buddy. Remember, he began off with the polite, respectful sir. Now we have the casual buddy. So what we ask is, what changed in his mind? That reporter from sir to buddy. And what we look for, we ask questions of it, but what we look for is to find the answer in here between buddy and sir. What's changed? What's happened? What is he explaining? And he's giving a lot of detail.
Yes,
it's difficult for us
many words
to consider that it all came from Candace. he appears to be going down, in progression at least, from starting off what she told me to his own editorializing and giving him an opinion. But he's still supposed to be in the account. Something has changed.
Mm-hmm.
It appears here he's withholding information.
Wow.
And buddy, that could be a friendly term, but it's informal.
Withholding.
Maybe a signal of manipulation by ingratiation.
Julia.
I want this reporter to like me now. Remember, those that are in addiction survive by their wits.
Yes.
They survive by their ability to manipulate others.
Yes.
And this appears to be the case in this family.
Mm-hmm.
And we can talk about this another time of a person. There's many other things here that we could go into, but time is not a lot permitting for that. And my wife called me. She's gone, buddy. And my wife called me. Anyone notice what's wrong with that? He's telling the truth, but something is wrong with that.
No ghosts.
When we recall what happens in life and we go from experiential memory, in other words, a memory and a language of something that we personally experienced. So if I called you and told you something, you would commit to that by saying, Peter called me and told me X, Y, Z. You would remember that naturally. Naturally is chronological order. When you go out of chronological order, you get our attention. So he had already told us that he was at work, and this is what his wife told him. And now, talking to Buddy, he goes back. My wife called me. So he went from what his wife said to editorializing, and now we're concerned about scripting. Scripting is when someone rehearses what they're going to say with someone else.
Amen.
Or they can do it alone on their own planning, but in this case, he has connected himself now twice with his wife on the phone. So investigators should be very concerned that they are coordinating their stories.
Bingo card.
Coordinating their stories. And I said, hang up from me and call 911 right now. And I, another stutter there, was at work.
Confirmation.
So now he is pushed me back. And I said here, this is natural.
Thank you, Julia.
And this is not necessarily his priority, because contextually it's correct. Even though I was a little concerned about this stutter on the I or the halting on the I, I gave him a pass. Now he's back at work again. So when we have that repetition and the unnecessary relating of his location, and we moved out of chronological order, I have more concerns. Where else has he been? Would be a natural question to ask.
Gonna halt right there. 196 viewing. Thank you so much for your time. This may be a winded live, so please come back at another time if you can't stay for the entire live, because I don't know how long this is going to run, because I'm going to read you the Tennessee rights to show you how long it takes to the process of keeping the children and the state taking the children. Some of us may never have thought that Don orchestrated this with Candace. Everybody has their own opinion, because I think some of us were up and down, up and down. But listening to Peter, and he is a professional, he teaches this to police departments. He's worked with the FBI. They know their stuff. probably more than a police officer or Ronnie Lawson or those people. Those people don't do this for a living. Orchestrated deception, the over talking, the adding too many words to keep confirming I was at work. You don't have to tell me you was at work. You just told me you was at work. How many times you going to say it? See, we didn't listen. You know, you got to listen. That's why you always have to go back to the beginning. All that reaffirming. She said this, this, this. Oh, but by the way, I was at work. I was at work. He keeps interjecting. I was at work. You already told us you was at work. You don't have to keep saying it in the conversation unless you work there. And you're spinning this web to let us know this is what she told me happened. But hey, I was at work. I'm just repeating what she told me. Or did you orchestrate this with Candace? And you then had to act as if you was at work. And to this day, do we know that Donna Wells was at work? Because when you work alone, who's to verify that you were at work? And the one part of this that really gets me is when he says, I have to put the tools in the truck. Couldn't take all of them. What's the point? Your child is missing. You worrying about some tools and you put that in the storyline? Stay woke.
And to ask, why the need to repeat? You're at work. Is he building an alibi of sorts? You know, it's not terribly difficult to ask difficult questions, or what would be seemingly difficult questions, for reporters. I wish more were in training in terms of how to conduct an interview, and they would learn that people that are not involved generally don't get offended or with much offense being asked if they're involved.
Exactly.
Because their mindset is on finding their child.
Exactly.
That's what matters. Everything else becomes a shadow.
Exactly.
All I can see is my child's face. What is she going through right now? I don't care what you think of me. Help me find my daughter. Help me find my son. Help me find the missing child. But now he needs to tell us that he was at work again. So did he leave work?
That's a great point, Linda. Don told Chris that Summer Wells was wearing her preschool clothes when she disappeared. Ellie said she was wearing shorts and shirt. Red flag. See, that's why I said you have to pay attention, because there are a lot of things that we've overlooked. We're going to overlook a lot of things because sometimes we just focus on certain things or other things that people point out, and then we dwell on that. But when you saw the child in the car in that photograph, it would have believed that's the same day she went missing. She had on a slip-on jacket, zip-up jacket, and pants. I thought that was her school outfit for the start of school. It's hot as hell here in Tennessee in June. Why would you have that on? Doesn't matter if the child allegedly is cold. But you see, as I'm going to borrow from Peter Hyatt, narrative building is what I keep trying to tell you all. It's a version. You don't know what she had on and didn't have on from morning till afternoon till she got gone because we weren't there. But we go by the photograph you uploaded to, what was that, TikTok? She's in pants and a pull-on jacket. And yes, they mentioned shorts to my recollection. Which is it? Did she start out in shorts? You changed her into pants and that jacket before her send-off, wherever that may be. Because we know you didn't put her in that jacket and pants in the morning. Because in June, it's too damn warm even for a jacket and pants. No matter where you were going. In a car, windows up, windows down. Air conditioning on, air conditioning off. There's always a reason for the season. So we can go back to that. What was the purpose of that outfit in that photograph? Thank you for mentioning that, sweetheart.
So did he leave work? Was he at work the entire time? There's all sorts of new questions that he is causing to be asked. I called 911 through all my tools that I could in my truck. That's not what he said. So he's causing us to ask if he had gone anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And this becomes a point of interest, and you can review it at the interview room. He didn't take his truck with him, which means, you see the emphasis here, all. To take another vehicle besides a truck that you carry your tools in takes more effort, more time. Particularly in the morning, you've got to transfer all your tools over. I'm not sure if, given the history and what I've seen in Chris's interviews, if industry is part of his personality. Generally speaking, we don't like to add more work than we need to. And so there's a reason why he didn't have his truck with his tools in it. And then even from there, he qualified which tools, all that he could in the vehicle. Did they not all fit? Is he trying to portray that he was in a hurry? Which I think that it leans towards that. And his truck is not there. It's not Candace's car. It's a vehicle, which doesn't show closeness. I use the example quite frequently so people can understand not only a change of language, but how we address a vehicle. I drove my car down 95. The car ran out of gas. I left my vehicle on the side of the road and got a ride in. The car became a vehicle when it would no longer go. When I get gas and put gas back into it, it'll turn into a car again. The language changes is that way. It indicates that something took place, that there was a change of reality. So vehicle, I'm concerned about that and the need to do that. And from there, Jonesboro, no, I don't know. I come out,
Exactly.
I made it out here before anyone. Let me tell you why.
Yes.
Before you ask me, well, why did you make it out there so quickly? So he's portraying that there was tools he couldn't take with him. And now he has a need to explain why he made it out so quickly before anybody. Because I was freaking out, No, I don't know.
Exactly.
This is a really good example of an unnecessary edit.
Yes.
In a statement of emotions.
Yes.
Anyone would be freaking out. Anyone would be upset.
Yes.
Learning that your daughter is missing. That's natural. The need to include it in a statement of which he's gone out of chronological order, in which he's emphasized that he wasn't there, he was at work, is very concerning. And when I got home, I drove to the bottom of the property, and I realized that all my neighbors and stuff were combing the woods looking for her. And I realized, remember, the process of what realize means a processing of information that takes time. This is actually elongating time. I realized right then and there that she was not there. I knew right then and there she was gone. So you might wonder why that expression is being used. And that would be for a different study, but it could be an indication of guilty knowledge. It also could be an indication of worse fears being realized, that more information is being needed.
So which is it? He realized his child was gone. He had no involvement, no orchestrating with the mother. Or he's just feeding BS to the reporter.
So I'm very concerned about his need to editorialize and his need to move from what he told her to what he adds in. And I think it shows either a lack of belief in the statement, whether it comes from her or from himself, or he doubts her account. But something is wrong. It's not a clear indication of this is what happened. This is what I know in the statement. Let's see if there's any questions in the chat that I could
GG, please.
kind of take. Greg Ortley said story, story, story. I agree with that. That's what scripted language means. Law enforcement will call it storytelling. We sometimes refer to it as narrative building.
My new terminology, narrative building. Definitely with Quentin Simon.
And there's much more there in terms of the statement, but for the sake of time, I wanted to look at the second one.
You have no need to count your alibis. You only need one.
We did cover neglect indicated. Please take a look at the prior video. The need to place her outside is constant. But the idea that on a normal day, she all of a sudden said, and then I watched her going 20 feet through the door, which reminds me of something else, is very concerning about neglect. Did you notice the repetition of door? We looked at that quite a bit, and this sometimes warrants a little more explanation.
Before he gets into this, this conversation about the door, I don't like talking about SA. I just don't, whether there's truth to it or not. I just don't like talking about it. But he's getting ready to go into that. And this is where it gets real creepy. Because I'm going to trust his judgment. He knows what he's talking about. But it's creepy as hell. The mentioning of door repetitively by Candace Bly. Just going to warn you where this is going to lead.
This sometimes warrants a little more explanation. On door, when doors enter a statement unnecessarily, we explore for the possibility of sexual abuse. It's not an interpretation and it's not a reinterpretation. We're asking why the need to bring a door into a statement unnecessarily, or repetition of door. Now, there's some context where you need to say, I opened the door. No one was home, I opened the door, or I went in. But we still look at it for the possibility. And we're not saying the person didn't open the door or didn't look through a door. We're asking why the need to bring out the word door, and especially if it's repeated. And we consider the possibility of sexual abuse, child sexual abuse in play. We explore for it. We don't conclude it, but we explore for it. Here's why. It has been my own experience in many, many interviews of locating those who abuse children come from abusive backgrounds. I know data might not support that, and I'm always willing to look at the data, especially if it's large scale. But it is my experience, And that comes from
Scary to me.
not just analytical interviewing, but at times the therapeutic interview. But that is different. When Chris interviewed Candace, that was not an analytical interview. It was not an investigative interview. It was a therapeutic interview. An investigative interview or analytical interview is going to ask legally sound, open-ended questions, not interrupt, not finish sentences, none of those things. A therapeutic interview is one in which a person is trying to assist the subject to acknowledge, to bring to a conclusion. They both have their places, but the places themselves are quite different. When Chris interviewed her, you saw a lot of assurance, a lot of letting her know that he was not cross-examining her, he was not interrogating her. He was encouraging her. And those type of interviews have their place, as well as the analytical or investigative interview, which itself is different from the interrogation. An investigative or analytical interview can turn into an interrogation. That's where threats and accusations come in. The analytical interview is often long. It can seem incredibly boring because of the legally sound, open-ended questions. What happened? What happened next? Tell me what that looks like. They're very useful for court. And they use the subject's own language. The analytical interview seeks to avoid introducing language at all costs, whenever possible. From there, it then turns to evidence. It can use the language that's found in evidence, trying to keep it as plain as possible, using the subject's own words in questions back to the subject, and then eventually it can turn into where the subject is being accused of something. Look at the next one up.
Oh, mercy.
See this show now.
Where is she?
So doors.
I'm just
doors. I'll talk about for a moment here, and why we explore for sexual abuse is it makes sense psychologically. Someone that's traumatized as a child in sexual abuse will have a hormonal response, a response of hormonal consequence. Something has gone wrong. And they may remember certain things, even as trauma causes them to forget other things. And we find that the sound of a door opening can stay with them for the rest of their lives. So it's a concern here, and as the interview goes on, it becomes more so. And let's see if I can get that screen up.
Let's stop here briefly. I'm going to interject, a few times while he speaks. How do you all feel about this door theory? This is a sign of sexual abuse. I guess he's referring to the victim or the mother, which will be Candace Bly. Is he saying she's just bringing in door because this is a fictional story and the door has something to do with her past? Because we have to think about that word in context to sexual abuse. I always feared when the door would open because I knew my perpetrator was coming in to do unsavory things with me. Is that what he's saying? So Candace put in the word door in the story, not thinking about a door per se. Reliving something from the past. Did she open a door and see something going on with her child and father or some other person in the house, another child perhaps? What is he saying? I don't know. My head is spinning right now. I really can't digest this right now. It's way too much for the queen. Thank you for joining me.
And let's see if I can get that screen up. And there it is. Got it. Okay. And let me just bring this up a little bit in terms of size, so it's clearly legible for everyone. And this one is, and there's the link for Chris's interview. This one is a phone interview between Chris and Don and Candace. And it's revelatory. Now, I'd like you to think about what I just said about the doors, for example.
Hello.
As we go through this.
Mm.
Now, I haven't heard this audibly, and what we do with statement analysis is we initially ignore voice inflection, knowing full well that voice inflection, as part of body language analysis, examining evidence, all part of a larger case and a larger understanding, voice inflection can change a meaning. But whatever word that may be emphasized can bring meaning into question. But here we don't have it, and you'll be able to actually see within the language itself. And it just picks up here. In the language of addiction, we find manipulation, very strong point. We find manipulation, the subject wants something, whether it is to be believed or wants something tangible. The next step we often find is the subject will be a victim. The subject will portray himself as a victim. Victim of you, victim of me, the victim of parents, the victim of their children. They're not only willing to cast blame on anyone. This is like someone that is involved in child pornography and might blame their own kid. Well, my son had my phone or something like that. People are often shocked by that. But in active addiction, people will blame anyone to get the blame away from themselves.
Yes.
And so we saw that, I think, with Candace's statement with her sons, looking to blame them. Well, they blame others. They often attack others. And in between all this, they become philosophers. And so and this is from a very sad void, but I think addiction gives a false filling of that void or temporary comfort that just never lasts. It is, as one sheriff in Arizona said, it is that the addict is chasing the first high and never reaches it again.
Exactly. My daddy used to say that. Can never get it back.
The person in active addiction will
Never
lecture others. We look for
Hello,
this.
Daisy.
They will tell you, you need to live this way, you need to live that way, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to think this, you need to think that. And they become very ruffled when someone doesn't think that way. Don had talked about the Baptist church and the Seventh-day Adventist church. And if you look at the police statements about the churches, the police statements were very positive that both of these churches reached out to help in any way they could, including being there to serve lunches and refresh the searchers themselves. So the linguistic disposition of law enforcement towards the churches was very positive. Don said he was in the Baptist church, but then he went to the Seventh-day Adventist church because it was the true Sabbath, he said. And so for those that don't know, the Baptists will meet on Sunday, the Seventh-day Adventists will meet on Saturday. And for most people would consider that not to be a major point, but Don wanted to lecture on that while his daughter was missing. If your daughter was missing, you may not even know what day it is from the lack of sleep. I'm not sure that's something you'd want to debate anyone over. But that need to lecture others and then eventually the need to attack becomes evident, and it becomes evident here. So Don said, and I'm not sure where this picks up, they're willing to help me sort of find my daughter now. Now, I'm not sure who he's talking about, whether it's Texas Equity Search, volunteers, or law enforcement, but everyone's been searching from the beginning. They probably don't want to help me now. They're going back to think that I did it because of what you did. You lied on me, man. So this,
right.
We like to jump and say, there's an embedded admission or an embedded confession. It's not always the case. What we look for is someone whose origin of the words is self. Here, he's tying it to what someone did. And he's blaming Chris. You lied on me, man. And Chris, I think he handled this really well. And I don't imagine it would be very easy to ruffle his feathers, given his background. What did I lie about? Because I told you the truth and you twisted it all, that's lying. And this is a manipulative response. Okay, tell me what I lied about. He agrees with him, that's disarming, but he seeks accountability. Tell me what I lied about. Don said, your opinion. Chris isn't going there. Chris says, tell me what I lied about. Everything. I told you that, like, for one, that, yeah, me and my stepsister had something going on when we was younger, and you put on there that it was me and her daughter, which, by the way, sounds like a mistake, not a lie, correct? Anyone know the ages of this accusation?
Oh, my head is spinning. Ugh.
Anyone in the chat?
This is the one question that I always had for the viewing audience. If you had never heard Mary's testimony to Chris Madonna, would you have believed this case is about SA? Because I believe most of us would not have thought that. If you had never heard he molested that stepsister, I do not believe many of you would think she was molested. That's just how I feel. Because I always wondered why you thought that. And I told myself, you only thought that because of Mary's story? Some. I'll say some. Because that wasn't what I thought in the beginning. Because I had no reason to think that. Because they hadn't told us anything. We didn't know anything about these people. All I could say is when the woman finally spoke to the news, she seemed doped up or inebriated. So what I said, perhaps it was some disconnect between the mother and the child, because I didn't have much to go on in the beginning. And then when she came along, Mary, that's when everybody started saying, oh, well, that's the reason then. So here comes the outfit and the day of the picture, TikTok video. Oh, they dressed her in something else, sent her off, dumped her, whatever, however you want to believe it. All the different various reasons. She was in the backseat with the jugs and that outfit. But what I'm saying is, I think the majority of people would not have thought SA immediately had Mary not spoken, because we really didn't have anything to go on. Just that they lived out in the middle of nowhere, came home, planted flowers. The little girl went in. She went to call for her. She was gone. That was it. Okay, I hear you. Okay. Yeah, see, Pen 10 says I would never have thought it at first. Yeah, not originally. I would have never thought that originally because they didn't say anything to me. But some of you are speaking from personal experience dealing with SA. Maybe somebody else who's been SA may not have thought that. I can't. I'm just saying that's not my first thought when I first heard her speak. I just thought there was something about the mother. That's what I thought. Something about the mother. We'll resume. But then as time went on and Don started talking on YouTube panels, I said anybody could be involved because he didn't seem caring to me with the derogatory name calling, racial slurs. That's not somebody that needed to be around children or parent. So that showed me you are capable of anything. And that's just my personal opinion.
I believe he's talking about a young child here. And this is insight. This is terrible insight. Good, Adam has it. He was 12. She was 5, or so abouts. He used the word we. Me and my stepsister had something going on. And you said it was me and her daughter. You got the wrong person, so therefore you lied about everything. You twisted it. So if you want to know what Summer's life was like, besides what you saw in video, listen to the language. Believe him. His perception of reality was not only that there was unity between him at 12 or so and her at 5, but they had something going on. Often the public is shocked, and rightfully so, when they hear the language of a predator or of a molester. And molesters do say things about children like that she was asking for it. She was being provocative. They sexualize a child. This is not age disparity. This is not sophistication disparity.
Thank you, Daisy.
This is a 12-year-old and a 5-year-old. He's linking them together in unity, and he's saying they had something going on. That's his language. Okay. Then, instead of saying, I didn't molest my 5-year-old stepsister or niece or wherever she was, he attacks, and you put it on there that was me, her daughter. That's a tangent. Before he goes off to change the topic in an accusation, he gives you his verbalized perception of reality. This reminds me of some of the language that Michael Jackson used. Well, his victims. Chris says no. Don says, are you crazy? Chris says, no, I didn't.
Let me stop right there. He interjects Michael Jackson. Very interesting, because I jogged my memory back this morning trying to think to myself, did I think Michael Jackson was guilty of molesting those people, the children that came forward and said he touched them inappropriately? How many of you in the chat believe Michael Jackson did those things to those said children, or was it allegations made up by the parents? I will do a poll after this live pertaining to Candace and Don, and also Michael Jackson, because it took my memory back that I don't think at first I believe Michael did those things to, I believe it would have been boy number one. I can't remember. It's been a long time since that happened. Anytime, Daisy. But then I started thinking while listening to Peter, what grown man would put a child in the bed with him that's inappropriate for a grown man to put strange children in his bed for that very reason, as not to be accused of doing anything improper with the child. Children do sleep in beds with men, fathers, grandfathers, uncles, and sadly in this day and time, you can't trust them. Oh, Lordy. But a stranger should not have other people's children in their beds for no reason. No reason should a grown man have children in his bed. They're not your children, not your nieces and nephews. You should not have strangers' children in your bed. It doesn't look right. Bottom line. And as most of us know, children are assaulted by their own parents, family, brothers, sisters, whomever. So the chance is still, I guess, just as great depending on the person. And naturally, no one wants to think a woman would molest her own child, uncle, and nieces, but we know it happens. So I would say to anyone, you do what you want, but I don't think it's even a good idea to let children, boys and girls, sleep with even an uncle or aunt in a bed. A man especially. Not to say women don't molest, but a man as an uncle, no. She's not sleeping in a bed with you. I don't even want her on the couch with you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Grandpas as well, just for safety purposes, but we know it can happen because people keep children. And nobody wants to think of old grandpa molesting his own grandchildren, but it has happened. You just have to use discretion with anyone. Thank you all for joining me.
Con says, are you crazy? Chris says, no, I didn't. Chris gives a reliable denial. And you don't want to buy into this, taking off away from molestation over to who the victim was. Candace said, yeah, you did. I said, it's your stepsister. If you look at the form of that sentence, I, past tense, the information, no qualification, no additional words, nothing. It is very likely to be reliable. Chris is telling the truth. I guess my niece or whatever she's supposed to be to me, one that says I raped her, is 100% lies. So now I'm moving away from stepsister to rape. And he uses a numeric, which is like an unnecessary attempt to persuade, unless it's necessary, and here it's not. Either did or didn't. The one that says, I raped her. So now this is a different,
good Lord,
female, different victim. The first one was a child. This one, we don't know yet about age. Chris said, Trish never said you raped her. And this would be to him, to Chris. Well, it says on her video, what does that have to do with Chris? If she said it on her video, this is the language of addiction. It becomes meshed everywhere. Everyone is against me. The world is against me. My pet is against me. The universe is against me. God is against me. It becomes the ultimate victim. And from that position, it's very difficult to make any changes in life. And Chris rightfully says, well, that's her video. That's not mine. He acknowledges that. And Chris asks, what does Trisha's statement have to do with me? You put her statement on your show, on your podcast. because I watched her statement and I wanted people just like you to know the truth. Candace laughs. Don't forget, during this phone call, Summer's missing. Don says, and she's lying. And Candace then accuses him also, and obviously with the same type of pattern of attack, deceive, manipulate, use tangents. John says, and you see, that's the thing, you don't know whether she's telling the truth or I'm telling the truth. I know who's telling the truth. So here is a strong statement, except it comes on the heels of Candace's. Candace says you don't care about the truth. Not that you don't know the truth, but you don't care about it. And she said, well, on its face, that's absurd. And watch what Don does. These two work well together. And you see, that's the thing. You don't know whether she's telling the truth or I'm telling the truth. He allows for the possibility that it's not him, but she that's telling the truth. He doesn't say, I'm telling the truth, but I know who's telling the truth, and I believe him. Chris says, right. He keeps his words to a minimum. This is not therapeutic. This is just to get information from someone that's very angry. Here is the perfect time for him to say, I didn't rape my niece.
You're welcome, honey.
So if he is not able, if he's not capable or willing.
Let me interject right here while they're talking about this situation with the nieces or whatever. When he first made the commentary about the stepsister, Dawn, when he used the terminology, what we had going on, that was just such a weird way of saying I was touching my stepsister. Because naturally, no one wants to use the word molest. Most pedophiles are not going to use that word. So he said, yeah, we had something going on. Something going on. You did have something going on, which leads me to believe somebody also touched you as a child. And that's one thing people need to understand about child molestation. It's usually generational. The molester was molested. 9 times out of 10, someone touched Donald Wells as a child. So he grew up thinking that was okay, or may not even been a actual, deliberate thought to touch a child, because we don't even know who touched him and how long it went on with him. So it's in him, and it didn't even have to be he wanted to try to assault the little girl. It's just in you. Sad to say. So now he's attracted to children, or whatever, however you want to word it, because I don't know him to say what his thought process is or was. But when he gets older, goes away for that jail prison stint, and then comes back, now he's older, about 18, 19, he allegedly attempted to do it again. This is when the girl's older. That shows this is what you like to do. You didn't make a mistake and touch the child as a child yourself, because he's still young at 12, essaying another child. And it's not to say he couldn't have gotten help and changed or realized, hey, this is wrong what I'm doing. I've been called out. Ooh, they know I did this. I apologize. I'm sorry. When he became an adult, went away on that jail stint, came back to that house, if that was the first thing you could think to do, getting out of jail, that shows me you are all the way gone. You like what you are doing. It's in you. Yes, it's a part of him. So that's when I realized that he would have to have deep psychological therapy to try to assess why he is now still wanting to touch children and touch that particular, sister or any other sister or any other child, doesn't matter. That's when you're in trouble. Because you can talk to a child and try to get to the basics why he or she is touching another child. Because children will experiment with each other, even same family members. It has happened. But if they don't get any help and nobody acknowledges that they're doing it, then yes, they're going to continue to do it. Why would they stop? See, that's the thing you got to understand. They're still children. So now a child has become an adult. He is not reconciled with the touching of other children. So why would he stop at 18, 19? And that's what we have to understand about a pedophile. Being groomed as a child. Now I'm doing it to other children. Now I'm going into adulthood. Yes, I'm used to this now. I desire this. And it's sad. Because at one point, Donald Wells was a child. And 9 times out of 10, somebody touched him. I don't know if he'll ever admit how long it went on, because he alerted us in one of the lives he had been touched. So therefore, you have to say, well, this is how it starts. Somebody molested him. He grows up. He does the same as a child with another child. Then he becomes an adult. It's in him. Point of no return. Could he have gotten help? Possibly. But a lot of people don't like to acknowledge when a child says they've been touched. That's problem number one. Then who's going to go and tell somebody, I need help because I like touching children? Nobody. It's usually they have to be caught. An accusation has to come about. And rarely do they still go get help. Because that's just, men are like that. They don't want to even get help if they have a broke foot. So you know they're not going to go see a therapist because they're attracted to children. It's a no-win situation. And these people grow up to have children. And that's the sick part of the story. And I want to get to that issue about Mary at the end of this, how I feel about her and all these accusations and allegations and whatever he did do. Because in the end, before Summer ever came along, you all knew who Donald Wells was when he first started having children out there in Utah, before he ever came to Tennessee. And to me, that's a problem. Naturally, you can't tell other people who to date and marry and like. But I'd like to know, did they ever have interaction with the first children Donald Wells had with his, I think, first wife? Because I'm wondering if Donald Wells is a dual offender of boys and girls. Thank you for joining me.
Capable or willing to say that. We can't say it for him. We can say that he allows for the possibility that she's telling the truth, or it's him, which under the accusation, this ought not be. This is manipulative. Look at me, I'm allowing for the possibility because I'm fair and open-minded. It's manipulative.
Hello, Natalie.
If you're falsely accused, yeah, she's lying. Mm-hmm. I didn't rape her.
Right.
She's a liar. Mm-hmm. But instead he says, I know who's telling the truth. She knows. She knows who's lying. That's the avoidance of that direct confrontation of truth. Well then, what about the statement you gave me about it? Is it your stepsister? Yeah, my stepsister, and we were young. Many of you should be familiar, if you follow any of these cases, that the word...
Someone is asking me in the chat about growing up to be an offender. You can have the propensity. It's going to depend on you. This is what I'm saying. If you don't get any treatment, you possibly will. If you continue to essay someone for a while, a long time as a child, you have to use deduction. What would be the odds that you would offend as an adult if you've done it a while? If someone did it to you a long time, then you started doing it to others as a child, then into preteen, then into young adult, you possibly will have the propensity to continue. Why would you stop? You would only stop if you get some help, and you could possibly still get help and still don't stop. But I do not believe that all children who have touched one another, let me make this clear, are pedophiles. I don't believe that. Because a lot of children have experimented touching each other. And many people are not going to admit that they touched another child as growing up or another child touched them. I'm not going to sit here in my right mind and say, oh, yeah, every child that touched each other, they grew up to be molesters. I don't believe that. Because children are curious. Whether it's with girl on girl, boy on boy, girl on boy, boy on girl. You can't say because somebody would have to admit they touched a child as a child and they grew up, you understand what I'm saying, and didn't have the desire to offend children. And I don't even know if there's a study that's ever been done because most people are not going to want to admit that they were once fondled or fondled other children. As I said, children are curious. So it's a matter of somebody finding out, an adult, and say, hey, that's not appropriate. You can't touch your sister. You can't touch the little girl across the street. Yes. Yes. Well, what I'm saying is, I'm not here to argue this. Okay. Let me make this clear. This isn't my type of hype. That's why I don't like talking about it. All I'm saying is, if a person has been touched and then they start touching other children and they're doing it for a long time, it's going to be hard for them to possibly stop once turning 18, 19, if that's what they're used to doing. I said they need to get them some help. But 9 times out of 10, such as a boy, he's going to be too ashamed to tell anybody, oh, I'm attracted to kids. Oh, I like touching kids. Now he's a grown person. I doubt that he will go get help. I doubt that he would get help.
Many of these cases that the word we is not something we expect to come into a victim statement after the sexual assault. It's, the example of one of Bill Cosby's accusers, Mr. Cosby was wonderful. Mr. Cosby, this and that. Bill, now we're personal. Mm-hmm. And then once the sexual assault takes place, he, him, Cosby, the great distancing happens and there's no we. From the perspective of the assailant, there is a psychological connection, a psychological unity and cooperation here. That's his perception. What that can tell you is this guy here, he said they had it going on, and now he's looking back decades later.
It's a crazy way to word that, but that's to deflect.
He's telling you what his perception is. When he used religious language, it's called immature religious language. I don't like judging whether someone has a genuine faith, a new faith, in spite of all the troubles in life or not. But I can tell you he was using talking points.
Let me interject here about R. Kelly. R. Kelly was already tainted before becoming famous. Pretty eyes. There's documentation of Robert Kelly being molested as a boy and also being molested by his sister. And he supported his sister for a very long time. I do not know if he and his sister are speaking now, but he was groomed by his neighbor, a male neighbor, an older male neighbor, and also his own sister. So therefore, double threat. And then R. Kelly became obviously a problem as a child. So that's why it was easy for him to lure young girls, because he never grew up. He never matured. His mother kept him in the house and wouldn't let him even go out and play with the other children. See, these are the things you all don't know about Robert Kelly. You can't keep touching a child, as I just said. You can't keep touching. And then he, as you all said, he became normal. So that's why he was attracted to young girls. Why you think he liked young girls better than grown women? He was still a child as a grown-up. So he desired children because he was still immature. He didn't have a childhood. How you gonna have a childhood if somebody's gonna let you go outside and play? You're staying inside. Now you're being touched. When you finally get to go out, the neighbor's touching you. Now your sister's touching you. So it's double threat. Now you're an adult. You desire kids because you have not grown up. And that's what his teachers said. He was a music teacher. To this day, she will not repeat what he did in that high school. And I often wondered why. What did he do? And the teacher said she wouldn't tell. But whatever he did, it turned her off. And it made her sway her opinion of him. So I know he did something nasty in that schoolhouse. He either did or he said something out of the way, and the teacher saw it, heard it, whatsoever, and she would not repeat what it was. Well, you fast forward many years later, you see what he became and the allegations against him. You knew it was something nasty even then. And he told his brother, pointing to a poster of himself on the wall. You know, that's R. Kelly. Then there's Robert. Did you hear what I just said? Letting his brother know it's two of me. The entertainer on the poster. Then there's the demon, Robert Sylvester Kelly. He approached his own brother. And the brother told that in that documentary, Lifetime. But then he ended up doing what people do. They go right back in the fold with the predator and support him. Even though just a few years ago, you told the world that he tried to seduce you. And you said it in that interview. He's a manipulator. He wanted to see if I would take the bait. And now he never said how old he was, if they were children, a teenager, or grown. But we do know that he is also bisexual. So therefore, it wouldn't surprise me if he approached his brother as a grown-ass man. Now, who the hell is getting ready to have sex with their brother and we're grown? But Robert is a narcissist. And I could see him approaching his brother as a grown man, saying, hey, what's up? You want to do something? See, you don't know people. Many people in the industry knew he liked women, had a penchant for women, young girls, but maybe didn't know he was molested as a child and desired younger girls more than women. He liked sex, kinky sex, bisexual sex. That was told by many. That's not no secret. So you're entitled to believe what you want about Robert Sylvester, but he's a pedophile. He's a sadist in my book. But I also know he was tainted as a child who grew up to be a predator. Let's finish this.
Points in manipulative ways while his daughter was missing. And now he's telling you this is his perception after all these decades. So the question is, does he pose a risk to children? And if this is all I had to go on, I would say
yes.
Yes.
Sometimes, yes.
So Chris asked him kind of a natural question. Chris may have known the answer. I don't know. How old were you? How old were you?
Thank you,
It's a really simple question. You know what? She initiated all this. I'm going to tell you that right now. She initiated it, yes. So what has he done? Number one, he has avoided the question.
Excuse me.
So now the question is itself sensitive to him, his age. Don't forget that we that he used. Putting him into unity with the victim. Now he's blaming someone else. So he avoids the question, doesn't want to answer it, and he's blaming the victim for initiating it. Now, is he blaming the 5-year-old or is he blaming his niece, a 5-year-old stepsister or niece? I don't know at this point, but he's blaming the victim. He's not denying it took place, but he's blaming by saying who started it, who initiated it.
Let's interject here. I do find it interesting that Donald Wells admitted to touching the sister. I personally would have never admitted that. I'm just going to keep it real. I found that strange because most people will deny being a sadist. They're not going to admit they touched a child as a child or even as an adult. Why would I do that? But he did. And naturally, he made it seem like it was just passing. She liked it. It was consenting. But we all know that a 5-year-old can't consent to sex. A 10-year-old can't consent to sex. It doesn't matter if they approached you, touched you, groped you, which was so gross and disgusting for him to even say that a child came up to him and touched him. And let's just say this for the record, because this may offend some of you. That child could have approached him because we don't know who was doing other stuff to her. Always remember that now. Because this is what predators do. They groom the children. So let's just say she did come up to him, touched him inappropriately. He was supposed to know better than to reciprocate because he was older. But he's already been touched himself. It's normal for him. So I always wondered, did this sister have other people touching her? And it's not to aid Donald Wells' ideology, but you don't know what goes on in people's houses to where a young child may think that's appropriate. A little girl walking up to an older kid or any other kid and touch them, because that's how it starts. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Children start mimicking what they see and what people do to them. There is no age for when a boy or a girl can decide they want to start touching other children. So we have to ask ourselves, had somebody else been touching her to where she could have? But then we also know that he's a pathological liar, so he would put it off on a child. He would do that because, as Mr. Hyatt says, sadists like to blame their victims. So that would be his theory. It was consenting. She knew what time of day it was, even though she's 5. And most of you naturally are not going to want to think that. I can't see a 5-year-old going up to another child or adult and touching them. But as I told you, you do know that kids touch each other. But when you look at how he represents himself, Mr. Wells, on the live streams, it would be hard for you to fathom that a child went up to him as a 12-year-old and started touching him. You're entitled to your opinion. But it's sickening nonetheless. And I still can't believe he would even admit it. That's what I thought was strange, is that he would even admit it, because most people would not want to go down that road. And when Mary started talking to him on the phone, it seems to me bells should have gone off in his head. Hey, this conversation may be recorded. Hell no, I'm not going to admit to nothing that happened with me and her. And I would have asked her, Mary, why are you bringing this up? Why are we going back in the past? See, it was hook, line, and sinker. Because the average person would have hung up on her. They would have saw right through that. She's trying to set me up to admit I touched that girl, my stepsister. I am not holding this conversation with her. Tell anyone in changes I got over saying, what'd you say, honey? Saying I never see my family again, I told. Yes, but I don't know why he talked to Mary. To this day, I've always wondered, why in the world would you even hold the conversation? Knowing you did what you did, why even engage? It's very strange to me. Well, I don't really like talking about her on here because a lot of people like Chris and a lot of people like Mary. But when you venture into YouTube as a creator from tragedy, that doesn't sit well with me. Everybody is different. But there's a fine line between I'm coming forward to bring you truth. I'm coming forward to bring you information about a sadist. And the next thing you got a YouTube channel talking about baking pies and cooking. That don't look right. That don't look good.
And I'm going to tell you that right now. She initiated it.
Yes, Kinsley. Yes, she was.
So initiated is repeated twice. I'm going to tell you, and yes means emphasis of 4 times. And you went along with it? Yeah, I was a kid brother. Now, what would that suggest to you? I was a kid brother. I was younger. And how old were you? Chris knew. Chris knew the avoidance of the question was an old salt. I was a kid. I didn't know no better. But you knew enough to tell us that she initiated it? The 5-year-old?
Mm-hmm.
How old was she? I was still a kid. He doesn't want to give her age. I guess I was a little bit older than her. How much? I can't remember. The number one use of lying in court is I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
I was a kid. How many years difference? Remember? Great question. There was a little bit of difference there. You know. No, we don't know. How many? I love that Chris did not give in there. He did not yield. But still, in spite of her age,
right,
she initiated it
mm-hmm.
and then stabbed me in the back. So I think this is about the, get a little clearer here. This is about the niece, or whatever she is to him in his language. How many years? Man, there ain't no talking to you. I can see that. You're going to twist everything I say.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the attack, and there's the manipulation.
Yes.
Really, this is, in a sense, this is what we call a Hina clause, that he's explaining why he can't talk to Chris.
So here is when you realize that he knows what went on between him and the child. Because in one hand, you want to say she initiated it, but then you say she stabbed me in the back. So what does that mean? She stabbed you in the back, what, as a child? Or what? Because you didn't get in trouble. You didn't go to jail. You were just a kid. So this shows how he flip-flops the storyline to where he's now blaming the victim. Because first you say she initiated it. Then you turn it around and say, well, I was just a kid. And one could say, okay. And then you go back and say, well, she stabbed me in the back. So basically he's still blaming the victim. Well, she knew what time of day it was. She initiated it. Then I was just a kid. So what's the big deal? But this is his thought process because he's gotten used to getting away with things and being a manipulator. And if he has continued this behavior into adulthood, It is what he's used to. And yes, as someone said in the chat, it has become a normal part of his life. So one would say, if he's continued this into adulthood, he's possibly done it to other children, his own others. So now we have to ask that question. If we believe that he's been doing this from childhood until adulthood, has he assaulted his own children, the ones before Summer and her brothers? And some of you probably will say, yeah, he probably did. So I'd like that answer, because we did hear that one of his sons is been charged with a crime. So then it goes back to what we said before. Well, then who touched that boy? His son. So that's why I mentioned earlier, are we talking about a dual offender? That Donald Wells likes boys and girls. So while you all have been focusing on Summer, ding, 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 he could also been molesting the boys, because somebody had to have touched his son for him to become an offender. What do we say? His son just woke up one day and started messing with children. Nobody ever touched him in his childhood. You see where I'm going? The generational curse. All these children have been touched 9 times out of 10. So now the offender, which was Don, was touched as a child, to grow up to touch children as a child, then becomes an adult and possibly molested his children and other children. Now his own child becomes an offender. How? Lord have mercy.
Santa Claus, that he's explaining why he can't talk to Chris. Chris is asking you very plain questions using a limited amount of words. There's nothing to be twisted there. This is Don today, while Summer's missing. I'm asking you how many years difference. That's it. I don't know. You're just going to twist it. You're going to make me look like this happened like over 40, I was laughing, years ago, and she wants to bring it up now. It's Candace laughing. I don't know if she said hell or something there. All the time I was in prison, she could have called the cops on me and had me charged for rape if it actually happens. So he, again, is allowing for it as a possibility. And we know from his words it did happen. From his words, we don't need the victim's words here. So you know, it's got to be lies right there. So here's the reason it's got to be lies. She could have called the cops and she didn't. He's a manipulator. He's twisting information. He's doing what he actually accuses Chris of doing. You made me look like a freaking criminal, dude. Sometimes that is associated with prison. I'm trying to change. And there's an admission there. You're accused of rape. You use the word freaking criminal. And you're trying to change from what?
Exactly.
Candace says you're an effing idiot. Don said, we all make mistakes. Now that's unnecessary information.
Thank you.
And what he's saying is, I do not want to be alone with the accusation. That's why we're using the word we. This is no different than the...
So he gives omission that I'm trying to change. And as Mr. Hyatt said, from what? What are you trying to change from? If you're not a pedophile, you don't assault children, then what are you trying to change? So was he admitting that he is a pedophile when he was talking to Chris McDonough last year? Has he sexually molested his children? I'm not going to just say somewhere else. I'm going to say all, because he did have children before the last children he had with Candace Bly Wells. And nothing is more worse than a dual offender. Because lots of pedophiles, or all of them, have a preference, sick as that is. Some like girls, some like boys. Some like babies, some like toddlers. Some like school age, some like preteen, some like teenagers. No different than a rapist. Like her thin, like her blonde, like her brunette. See where I'm going? As in the serial killer Ted Bundy, he had a type. He had a preference. Part down the middle, dark hair, long, Caucasian. Each pedophile has a type. Because you've heard people say, he didn't touch me. He didn't touch me. She didn't touch me. Why is that? Because some sadists that like girls will touch any girl if he chooses to. Because in the end, this is a choice now. Sick as it is, sick as the compulsions. And we learned that even with our serial killer, Mr. Dahmer. He told you in that information I played you last night. I like them attractive. I like them attractive. So each sadist is different. They have a choice, a visual in his or her head of what they like. Sickening as it is, because we're talking about children. And I don't want to dwell on this. As I said, some have a type. Then some don't care. They'll molest anybody's child. Then you also, as I said, you have a dual offender. They like boys and girls. We learned this with the killer out west in California many moons ago. An African-American man was known to molest girls only until he decided to cross over and molest a boy. And I believe one happened to be his own relative. May have been a grandson. It was very creepy. And it was like, what made him cross over? Only doing girls to then switching to boys. God help me. Thank you, Red. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for joining me, listening to the content.
Alone with the accusation. That's why you're using the word we. This is no different than the little kid who comes home who did it, but says, Mom, everyone was doing it. If that gets the little boy off the hook, that's a really bad lesson for life.
Yes, it is.
This is like the crowdsourcing of guilt.
Yes.
It tries to minimize or water down the guilt.
Yes.
By blaming everyone. We all make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's an unnecessary statement. He's talking about child molestation.
Yes.
Rape. You act like you're Mr. Perfect. He goes on the attack. Like you ain't done effing thing wrong in your life, and that's a lie. Chris says, okay, what have I done wrong? Because remember, he was accused of lying, and that wasn't true. And he was able to very gently and with few words show to Don, that's not true. According to you, not a damn thing, but I'm sure you have. And what he's talking about is something to do with child molestation, because this is the context. It's like an accusation. This is what he's showing us here. Instead of it being so shocking, child molestation, to Don, it's normal.
Exactly.
And therefore, everyone must be doing it.
Right.
The case of...
Let's touch on that. I've got a few minutes left, 8 minutes left on this. That is a very poignant statement by Donald Wells. Listen to what he's saying. It's normal to me at that time. Well, did I just tell you all about what was going on in that house? It was normal to me. I was just a kid. Ain't you ever done anything? Naturally, passing blame, of course. Don't attack me. You're a sinner too. But maybe Donald was telling the truth. Because what did we say about lies? There's a little bit of truth in the lies. So besides him being a manipulator and deflecting what he did and trying to put the blame on a child, maybe Don was telling the truth that this is all I know because this was done to me as a child. This is what I saw growing up. You have to admit, even at 12, he's still young. So who knows what Donald Wells was seeing as a boy child? So this was normal for him, perhaps. So it wasn't no big deal to touch a 5-year-old, 7-year-old, whatever the age is, because I've seen it often. I've had a visual aid of SA. It was done to me often. So I'm going to ask Donald Wells, did your father or mother molest you or any other children or relatives in your family or neighbors for you to assume everybody was doing it? And who is everybody? This is scary as hell. And people will covet. This is why this type of behavior goes on, and it's a generational curse. And maybe one day the Queen will share a story with you of generational SA and how people can be brainwashed even as adults to still side with a dead pedophile. And many of you will say, what the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about, Queen? Yes. Still aiding a dead pedophile as if he never assaulted you. No way you don't remember. Because you've heard too many stories to act like you've blacked that part of your life out. But it happens. Refusing to see that he was a demon. And now as an adult, you still speak of him in a positive light. And that leads me to believe you are very sick. And I hope that one day you will hear this live stream and know that I'm talking about you. That you still carry the sickness with you and won't own what this man did to you and other relatives and his own children. True story. Thank you for joining me. Let's resume this.
The case of Haley Dunn, right now Sean Atkins is charged, and I believe that Billie G. Dunn will be charged as well. But some of you may remember one of Billie Jean's defense of having all sorts of vile child porn and homemade porn, bestiality on all but her devices, his devices, the kid's video game player, was who hasn't had bestiality on their phone or on their computer? And so, 1,000 hands go up and say, I didn't. They normalize it from their point of view, and then they project it outward. And that's what he's doing here. And he's angry. He's angry. The language has changed. Chris said, I'm asking you, you know my life, so tell me what I've done. I know what Christ says. he said, everyone has sinned. And Chris said, I'm a sinner. So tell me you haven't sinned. Tell me an effing lie. Chris said, I'm a sinner. I agree with you, which is sometimes what can really burn him here as he's on the ropes. Yeah, you're a sinner. Don't you effing lie to me. You ain't no better than me. So F you. I will do everything I can to slander your name.
Wow.
Now, what did Chris do? If you think about it, Chris actually highlighted the case here for
Well, I don't know if he's gone off or not. Thank you all so much for joining me. This is a very deep dive into the mind of people who were responsible for children.
I don't know. He was doing Don a favor. If your child or my child had been missing, we would want someone like
Entitled to believe what
Chris,
you want to believe.
Nancy Grace, back of the times, others in media highlighting the plight of our missing child. Instead, he's on the attack. He's on the attack. So in conclusion, and I'll just see if there's any questions I can answer there. In conclusion, neglect is part of this case. Which may indicate an untended death or inviting in of drug sales. When you invite drug sales into your home, you're inviting danger.
Yes.
Putting your children in jeopardy.
Very true.
Or something more nefarious in this case. Don did not reliably report what Candace told him. In fact, I think they argued on the phone. That's from a different statement, though. And then looking at this statement, Summer very likely, in my opinion, based on the language, Summer very likely lived in jeopardy. In other words, ongoing risk of sexual abuse by Don.
Wow.
The language he uses tells us
Lordy.
that it's normal for him.
Thank you, Gigi.
Whether it is from the video or whether from the language, Summer had a tragic life.
Yes.
Don spoke very quickly of her in the past tense.
Yes.
Indicating a belief that she was dead or knowledge. I don't know.
Yes.
I'll still need more about this, but I trust the investigators are doing a good job with it. And these are public statements. These are not private statements. These are public statements we're looking at. Summer Wells did not have a good life.
No.
Any questions that I can take? Deb is asking, did sexual abuse contribute to her going missing? I don't know. It may contribute to the coordinating of both statements, mother and father. They have something on each other.
I want to interject right there. They may have something on each other. I know I've heard that a few times in the past year by some of you in the chat and other channels, that Candace had something on Don and vice versa. So interesting. An outsider would say that. Professional. So what do they have on one another, perhaps? Did he molest his child and children? And that's what she has on him. They are evenly yoked in the knowledge of knowing he abused a child or children. She knew of his past, still wanted to be with him. Did she even know he had a past when she met him? Would she have stayed if she found out he had a past, SA, child, children? Many women do not leave the man. I think many of you know this. Cammie, please, come on now. I don't want to think about two parents doing that to their kid. That's why I don't like talking about this. What is the truth? Where is this baby? 1 year later, they're both free. No signs of the child, no information from investigators. Pisses me off. Pisses me off.
It's definitely part of the life. Child Protective Services, I believe, were in and out of that house. I know people often look for someone to blame. They can only gather the evidence they can gather and present it to a judge. They are obligated, and this is a good thing, they are obligated to work out different types of services to try to mitigate the risk. Some parents become very adept at avoiding being interviewed and avoiding having their kids interviewed. And some will do the bare minimum of services and present well, pass a drug test, go out and celebrate with drugs. It is very difficult, very draining. And just like the professionals within law enforcement, the professionals in child protective services lose sleep also over what the plight of some of these children, what it's like for them. I don't know from the language. I know there's a couple of things that they've used that are very concerning, whether they have guilty knowledge of where she is. I always have a tendency to lean towards water in terms of hiding remains, but I don't know, or being buried. I think the dogs will pick it up. There's a lot of things about the case that are puzzling in the sense that the number of dogs that Chris encountered, if there was a stranger on the property, would not the dogs alert on that? They work in a pack.
Mm-hmm.
The vehicle issue, these interviews, I mean, they're just horrendous.
Horrendous.
Are they lying to protect drug use? Are they lying about Summer? They're definitely lying. She's definitely lying about watching her, neglect, and he has me very concerned about sexual abuse of Summer.
Wow. I
also wondered, and this to answer another question, I think she's lying about why she cut the child's hair.
Woo, come on with it.
The child's head.
Come on, mister.
Couple of possibilities, I don't know, but a couple of possibilities. Some mothers will be so afraid of their daughters being sexually abused that they deliberately try to make them look ugly.
Okay, one of you said that in the
chat. Whatever their perception of beauty and ugly is, they try to make them look ugly as protection.
Never thought of that.
Some mothers will try to make them look ugly because they're in competition with their daughters.
Yes, we always talked about that.
So I don't know what that's about, but I don't believe that they're telling the truth about the shaved head.
Thank you. Go ahead. Come on with it, doctor.
Yeah, great point about the aggressive.
I don't know if he's a doctor, but
approach. It's just natural. Dogs they feed off each other.
Yes, they do. That's true. One barks, two barks.
Human nature, I study it, and I still don't know it. The depths of depravity and things that go wrong. The one we looked at that would be considered an embedded admission or embedded confession wasn't, because it was assigned to another reason. So it wasn't coming from his own language. It was close. Well, thank you, everyone. I apologize for some of the technical difficulties I've had. This was the first time I've used this, and I'm used to it.
We're going to stop there. Peter Hyatt, YouTuber, statement analyst, 2 hours and 18 minutes into this conversation. Thank him for his content. Hope he doesn't mind me playing this. I only played this because now Mr. Wells is out free, and I wanted to recap his statements. So I'm going to ask the chat. I will put up a poll. Did he and Candace Bly conspire to harm and or discard the body of Summer Wells? Did Candace conspire and hide the body alone? Or did Donald Wells conspire on his own and discard the child's body by himself? Or is this a complicit act of both? Or one came in afterwards, such as Donald Wells? Did he perhaps come in after the fact and help conceal the body and crime of the child? Was the crime deliberate or an accident? He's mentioned in this, Mr. Hyatt, drug use, essay, possible competition, or make the child look unpretty with the haircut. I did say that something was odd with that. And something I also found strange was someone uploaded content to YouTube last year. I do not know who this person is. It wasn't YouTube, but it was Facebook, a man that somebody had put on blast last year. I don't know if it's the same people we've been talking about, but he had a lot of pictures on his Facebook account with girls with shaved heads and hair hanging to the front, which was a very interesting hairstyle. As I told somebody, perhaps this was a hairstyle in the region where they were living up East Tennessee, Kentucky, wherever the hell the pictures were taken. But it was odd looking at these little white girls with the same haircut. It's creepy. Summer Wells had that haircut. All this shaved, hair to the front. I refuse to believe a 5-year-old could shave their hair down to the nape that well without gashes. Because most of us can't see in the back of our heads. And you'd have to be still meticulous to do it, even with a hand mirror. Stay woke. She didn't do that. Maybe she went and played with some scissors, because children are known to play with scissors. Cut their doll's hair, cut their hair. And then he made a comment to say, Mr. Wells, oh yeah, she wanted to, first, she cut her hair, I think he said. Then he said, oh, she wanted to look like her mom. Well, which is it? The child cut her hair first, playing around, and then Candace had to go in and redo it. Okay, so let's go there with the hair situation. The one picture was hanging in the front, and it's short to the nape. Somebody had to have done that. I refuse to believe that the child did that on her own. There's no way. There's no way she did that. So now, 2, how did it get all the way cut off? Any ideas, Candace or Don? Because she originally had one haircut, shaved, hair hanging over. Next photograph, it's all gone. Down like a little boy. What is the truth to the haircut? Some of us thought jealousy. Some of us thought Candace wanted a boy. She identified with raising boys. Now we hear someone in the chat says, well, to make her look unattractive to a man who's touching her. And then we hear this analyst saying possibly both. Make her look unattractive to the predator or competition. Did not want her to look pretty. Which is it? I'm going to turn my camera off for just a second while I read this information to you all. Thank you so much for joining me. 1 second. Oh, mercy. What a story. 4 kids. Didn't have a chance. I got to get some heat on. I'm freezing. All right, everybody. Just a second. Please hit the link if you have an opinion. Pertaining to the information relayed. Mercy. I had to get something. I've gotten cold. Okay. East Tennessee weather. Very unpredictable. That are guilty. Okay. Happy Halloween, everybody. Queen thought it was I thought it was the first. I'm so behind, excuse me. I'm going to read you a little bit of information. I didn't want to be seen reading this because it's going to be a bit winded. Okay, let's talk about our rights here in Tennessee. Your rights in Tennessee when your child is taken by DCS, the Tennessee Department of Children's Services, investigated 74,669 reports of child abuse and neglect in 2017. This is a bit old. This is 2018, November. The goal of DCS is to ensure the safety and welfare of a child and to reunite the child with his parents and family whenever possible. If a DCS investigation uncovers abuse or neglect and the child is removed from the parental home, the parents can appeal a DCS finding of abuse. DCS requires these parents to complete permanency plans and meet certain requirements to regain custody of their children. Parents can appeal the determination when a Tennessee DCS investigation determines that an allegation of child abuse or neglect is indicated. They're encouraged to actively cooperate and participate with DCS as a permanency plan is created and implemented. DCS is required to respond to and investigate any report of neglect or abuse. The child is typically interviewed separately from the alleged abuser and might be examined by a forensic medical examiner. DCS social workers will conduct an interview with the parents and survey the home as part of the initial phases of investigation. Parents can cooperate with DCS and allow the investigators to have access to the premises if they do not allow the agency's workers in. DCS can obtain court order compliance through the use of local law enforcement. The child will be taken into DCS custody if the investigation finds valid concerns. This is the right to appeal for the parent. The parent will receive an allegation indicated letter and perpetrator indicated if the abuser is identified as part of the DCS investigation. Allegation indicated means that DCS has found that abuse has occurred, but that there is insufficient evidence as to the identity of the abuser. Perpetrator indicated, that's in quotes, means that DCS has been able to identify the abuser. Parents have 10 days after receipt of a perpetrator indicated letter to appeal the finding by filing an appeal or request in writing with the local DCS office. DCS involves the parents actively in the investigation and child assessments. The goal is to identify the areas in which parents and family need to improve in order to obtain permanency of the child. DCS typically schedules a family team meeting within 30 days of the investigation. The meeting includes all DCS representatives involved in the matter as well as the parents. The team creates a permanency plan, which is a roadmap the parents and family must follow to regain custody. The parent is entitled to regular updates from DCS on the status and progress of the child throughout the process. The child is released from DCS custody and returned to the parents if they successfully comply with the service plan provided by the family team and upon judicial review. The release date depends upon the cooperation and effort of the parents. Repeat. The release date depends upon the cooperation and effort of the parents. When parents do not comply. Sometimes parents cannot or do not finish their service plans as the judge outlines. In these cases, the department will move toward other permanency options. Biological parents can voluntarily sign their parental rights away. In some cases, the judge orders the termination of parental rights. Either way, the biological parents lose legal responsibilities and rights over the child. The child is then legally free for adoption. DCS prioritizes placing children with suitable kin. When this is not possible, the child's foster parents throughout the case or other foster parents can adopt the child. Sometimes the adoption is open, meaning that the adoptive family allows the biological parent to contact the child in certain situations. However, other adoptions are closed and the adoptive parents may even change the child's name. And we learned of that situation dealing with Cow City, where the boys' names were changed. Thank you for joining me. This is Tennessee Law, and the content holder is Law for Families. Second piece of information. What is an unfit parent? Tennessee Law. This is by Catron and Fowler, practicing attorneys here in Tennessee. Custody battles are especially difficult for both parents and children. In some cases, the court may find one parent One parent is unfit but may terminate parental rights. Usually, parental rights are ended before a parent is deemed unfit. In most cases, Tennessee courts aim to do what is in the best interest of the child and try to encourage both parents to be part of the child's life. In some cases, though, being deemed unfit is the result of a custody battle. Okay. I'm trying to find the one that's most important. How do I know a parent is unfit? While it may seem simple, the criteria for a judge to decide that a parent is unfit is actually quite complex. Being able to say beyond a reasonable doubt that a parent is unfit is sometimes extremely difficult, as being deemed unfit is more than simply being an uninvolved or bad parent. Below are 4 categories that may assist you in determining whether or not one parent may be deemed unfit by Tennessee divorce courts. Okay, let's see what they have to say. Has the parent in question abused you or the child? Again, there needs to be proof of this allegation. Things like police reports, previous domestic violence charges would fall under this category. If one parent has abused the other parent, the child, or someone else in the household, this may be proved to determine an unfit parent. Has the parent abandoned the child? This is more than forgetting to change a diaper or leaving a child alone to go to the grocery store. This category usually entails a parent doing absolutely nothing, often for multiple years. Usually, it also comes with a willful refusal to be involved with the child's life. Again, if you can prove abandonment, the parent in question may be deemed unfit. For example, say the father moves out of state. The father makes no attempt to be involved with the child and makes no arrangements for custody. If the mother went to court to deem the father unfit due to abandonment, the mother may have a case to gain sole physical and legal custody. This may also apply in the Quentin Simon case. Ding, ding, ding. This example isn't so simple, though. If the father moved out of state to work to provide for the child and the mother refused visitation, then the case may not be as simple as proving one parent is unfit. Every case is different, and ultimately deeming an unfit status is at last resort of the courts. Has the parent failed to provide for the child? This question gets a bit deeper than simply asking if the parent in question has paid child support. This question is asking whether or not the parent has fed, clothed, housed, and supported the child with basic needs. Arguing this question to deem a parent unfit may be difficult should you only be arguing the parent has not paid child support. Does the parent use drugs chronically? This question isn't asking whether or not a parent is on pharmaceutical drugs prescribed for a true medical issue. Here is a bit more obvious that the parent in question has a substance abuse issue. The child should not be around. What if there's something else? Sometimes something a parent has done or said may not fall neatly into one of the above categories. The court may consider other issues, but it's important to know that a bad parent will likely still be allowed to have a relationship with the child. Parents who put a child in danger will likely not be allowed time with the child. What is the best interest of the child? Tennessee courts will always be acting in the best interest of the child. While this seems clear on paper, there is little legal guidance on what actually constitutes best interest. There is an inherent need for stability as well as allowing the child very available opportunity to connect with their parents. Other things may be considered when making decisions in the best interest of a child. For example, one parent may be given primary joint physical custody to prevent the child from leaving half siblings they have bonded with, or to allow the child to continue having connections in a certain community. The courts will also consider the child's preference. If the child wants to live with one parent over another, the courts may consider their voice when making determinations about custody arrangements. Child custody is a challenging experience and can be confusing for many parents. Experienced family law attorney, Mr. Fowler, can help you navigate this process. Create a plan best for you and your children. And he also makes the needs of your family his top priority. To understand your unique situation, craft strong legal solutions. And this is just for custody, if indeed it's an issue of one talking over one wanting the child versus the other. Because in this case, we don't know what happened to Summer Wells and the boys. Could it be only one parent did everything and one of the parents wants custody, but the judge says, well, they can't go back because of this parent. See, we don't even know the circumstances. We don't know if the children are allowed to go back. We don't know if they ever fought for the kids. Last couple months when Candace was live, we never heard anything about the children. I didn't, because I didn't follow her one would say by this point, they wouldn't have any rights to the children because too much time has elapsed. And they both didn't seem like they were eagerly trying to get their children back because each were still imbibing narcotics and drugs from their appearances on YouTube Live. So therefore, the children were gone 6 weeks after Summer went missing. So that would have been, let's see, June she went missing. That probably been the end of July that they were taken. So now you count the end of August, you would have been receiving a plan by the state. You would have 30 days to comply with that piece of paperwork. Too much time has gone by. We're now at November 2022. Either the rights were severed early on, up until this year, they gave up their rights, or they did not comply. Take your pick. Lisa, you do not have your devices turned on, dear. Okay. What does it mean to terminate parental rights in Tennessee? Ultimately, terminating parental rights ends the legal relationship between parent and child. Once this relationship is ended, it opens the door for another person to adopt a child, like a step-parent, adopt a parent, another family member. Sometimes this termination is voluntary. However, sometimes it can be involuntary and the court makes a decision. In the case of involuntary termination, the petitioner must prove the parents are unfit and termination of rights is in the best interest of the child. What would make a parent lose rights to their children? This is according to Tennessee law. Involuntary termination of parental rights can be based on the following grounds: abandonment, substantial non-compliance with the statement of responsibility in a permanency plan or plan of care. So this applies to the Wells. Did you all comply with the permanency plan for your children? Or did you sever your rights first meeting? Which is it? The child has been removed from the parent's house via a court order for a period of at least 6 months, and the conditions that will subject the child to further abuse or neglect are still present. There is little chance that these conditions will be remedied in the near future. C, continuing the child's relationship with the parent significantly diminishes the child's chance of being integrated into a stable, permanent, safe home in the near future. The parent committed severe child abuse against the child in question, sibling, half-sibling of the child, or any other child residing in the parent's home. The parent has been sentenced to 2 or more years in prison for conduct committed against the child in question, a sibling, half-sibling, or any other child in the parent's home. The parent has been confined in a detention facility, serving a sentence of 10 or more years, and the child is under 8 years old when the sentence is imposed. The parent has been convicted or found civilly liable of the intentional and wrongful death of the child's other parent or legal guardian. The parent is mentally incompetent to care for or supervise the child. The child was conceived out of a rape for which the parent was convicted. Note that this isn't a full list and there may be other circumstances under which the court may terminate a parent's rights. Our local attorneys can assist you determining the status of your particular situation. How long does a parent need to be gone before it's considered abandonment? Let me put Miss Lisa up here. We have one guest to join us. Hello, Lisa, just 1 second. Let me finish this and feel free to talk after this, okay? Tennessee defines child abandonment as a parent willfully fails to engage with their child, make reasonable child support payments for the 4 consecutive months immediately before filing a petition. An incarcerated parent willfully fails to visit, engage with their child, or make reasonable child support payments for 4 consecutive months immediately before incarceration. A biological or legal father willfully fails to visit or make reasonable payments towards support of the child's mother during the last 4 months of her pregnancy. A child's mother voluntarily leaves a newborn at a designated medical facility with safe space and fails to seek contact with the infant for at least 90 days. The parental rights attorneys at this certain law firm can determine if child abandonment has occurred in your case. What is voluntary termination of parental rights? Not all termination of parental rights cases are negative or unhappy. Some parents willingly give up their rights for many reasons. Maybe they understand they're not able to properly care for their child and put it up for adoption. Even terminating parental rights voluntarily can be a complex and emotional process. In addition to filing a petition to terminate parental rights, the mother is also required to contact the presumed father to verify the terminate his claim to the child, i.e. paternity. In cases of adoption, prospective parents must have the birth parent's legal consent before the adoption is finalized. In Tennessee, adoptive parents also must wait 72 hours after the child's birth before appearing before a judge to sign legal documents. However, the birth parent can revoke consent for up to 10 days after the formal adoption. What happens at the Tennessee parental rights termination hearing? After filing a termination of parental rights petition, the court sets a date for a hearing. If you are the petitioner, ensuring you bring all relevant paperwork, you must also bring proof of the other parent or parents were properly served with termination papers. Your attorney will help with this. If the respondent is there, they have the right to tell the judge whether they agree with having their parental rights terminated. If the respondent is not there, the judge will want to know if they were properly served with all the documents, including the date of the hearing. If the judge finds anything out of order, they may cancel the hearing altogether. However, if everything was done correctly, the judge can decide without the respondent's presence. The judge may decide immediately following the hearing or decide they need more information and schedule a trial. Can I get my rights restored? Parental rights in the state of Tennessee. It would be extremely difficult. According to the National Conference of State Legislatures, only 22 states currently have legislation in place allowing reinstatement of parental rights under circumstances. However, Tennessee is not one of them. In rare cases, if the court finds reason to dismiss adoptive proceedings, state law allows reinstatement of parental rights to the biological parents. State law. Okay, it says, in rare cases. Termination of parental rights is not a decision anyone should take lightly. This certain law firm can help you with the process. I don't have to name their name, but it's just where I got this from. Shepherd and Long. Let's hit it, Ms. Torres. Thank you all for following that information. Sorry it's a bit winded, but we've never really talked on this network about Tennessee law and termination pertaining to the Wells case. So now you have the information. Basically, if their rights were terminated, it would be very rare for them to get the child or children back. Ms. Torres, where are you calling from?
Iowa.
What do you have to say about my first topic was Billie Joe? I brought you personal information that the courts are trying to decide to charge her with some type of neglect of the boy child Quentin Simon Go.
If all the information that we've been given so far, as far as what we know, then yeah, she should be charged with neglect.
Okay. Legally, criminally, or just on the state side of just what would be like maybe a low charge would probably be nothing actually.
I think she should be charged so it goes on her record, Queen.
Okay.
And yeah, she shouldn't serve no time probably, or, you know, maybe some fines so the state can recover some of this money they're investing in this. But yeah, I don't think she should get no heavy penalty like, you know, time in jail.
You think she should just get fined?
Yeah, I definitely think she should be fined.
Well, what if they find out? Let's just say somehow they find out he was murdered. Find the body and he was murdered.
Yeah, then maybe we should consider, you know, some jail time, little probation after that, for sure.
You know what they have on the biological mother.
Right.
And by law, excuse me, I stepped out for a second, trying to warm myself up. By law, Billie Joe is the legal custodian. So depending on if they decide to bring an indictment, the people who would say yay on the indictment, then it goes to your 12 members of the jury. Some people would say, well, it doesn't matter if she took the blow, gave the blow to the baby. You were the parent.
True. Very true. Some places will
Yes,
follow it by the book. They're
yes,
not going to look at any special circumstances. So
you,
she's walking a fine line.
so you are the parent, you're responsible. Whether you drowned the baby, hit the baby, suffocated the baby was left in your care. You signed documents saying you wanted to be a parent.
Right.
For whatever reason, whether the state was involved or not. We find out that this baby was murdered. We feel like we should charge you as well alongside the doer of the child.
Hey, it's quite possible. What if they want to make a example out of these people?
Yeah.
For people out there, and they're like, yeah, let's just, lock them both up, charge them both equally, whether she gave the blow or not. I think it all depends on the circumstances, the prosecutor.
Somebody says they should carry jail time.
Yeah.
No fines, or let's just say fines. And yes, you do jail time if we find the child in the dumpster, because in the end, let's go here, everybody in the chat, no matter your opinion, you're still the legal custodian. So guess what? You still got to stand account of how the baby got in the dumpster while you were out of town working. Bingo card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You
I wonder if Billie Joe considered any of that.
You left your child with somebody you knew was unfit and under the influence of drugs, and you left your child there willingly. You took a job either before or after or during the paperwork you signed the custody. That is what I'm wanting to find out, is when did she take the job? And in relations to the custody paper, for signing her name on the custody papers, because the judge will look at this very seriously. Why would you take custody of children when you knew you had no intention of working in the state of Georgia through the week?
Exactly. And on the other hand, how are they going to turn custody of these children over to this woman, knowing her work situation?
Well, see, that's the whole point.
We're not too clear on those details right now.
Right. We're not, because they're denying that the state was involved. But you can't believe a liar. These people are liars. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
What do you have to say about Mr. Hyatt's assessment of these people's statements last year?
Very interesting.
Very interesting, yes.
I haven't heard all of that yet, so as soon as I'm done with you, I will go and listen.
Yes, please go to his channel. It's a little over an hour. He does have other assessments. I have not gone through them because I just found him last night, but I find him very engaging, and I do like his commentary.
Yes.
Is there something you want to say pertaining to Donna Wells being released, ma'am?
What a circus queen. The only thing I called in to say was, I've been trying to get on here with you for probably about a year, since the beginning of this whole circus.
Okay.
And because of my work schedule, I never do it. But right now I had the time, queen. So it was very nice to get on here and speak to you. But
Teresa, nobody's going to believe that. Bruno Jones, somebody says she paid the babysitter for a full week and those kids weren't supposed. Hey, nobody cares about that. She lives in your house. You leave her there with those kids. Miss McCarter's not responsible for those children. She's got her own family and kids, and she's married.
Yeah, all these people bringing up this goofy stuff.
If you feel like that, then you should have asked McCarter, did she want the kids? Billie Joe, cut the bullshit. You better be worried about what the fuck was told to me today. That's what you need to be worried about. Because they are looking at you down there, honey. So while you sitting up there arguing with them protesters, you got a bigger problem. They are trying to decide what charges to bring to you. That was told to the Queen today from Savannah, Georgia. Inside intel.
Amen.
And they're going to try to make a decision by Wednesday. So, ticker. You better get it together. You better go get you a lawyer while you stand out there arguing with them buffoons. You worrying about who's getting ratings and views. You need to be worried about if your ass getting ready to go to jail. Now go tell Cher I said that. Go ahead, Lisa.
Oh, so you were asking me about Don Wells getting out of jail?
I'm sorry.
That's fine. You tell him.
Don't get me crunk. You know how I
Yeah,
do.
that's right. I've been listening, girl. I know how you do. Um, I find it very interesting. I'm waiting to see. I feel like you and everyone else, we're all waiting to see. I hope they stay off YouTube. I hope that they clean up
Hey, come
their
on,
mess of a
join
life.
us. Like they said, we're getting rich off of you all. So listen, we're getting so rich that we're still broke and poor, but nonetheless,
Right.
because I don't get the views that Chris Madonna gets. Okay, just saying.
Yep.
I ain't got,
So
I ain't got no camper parked outside.
I feel like something will happen that will come along, and one of the two of them's gonna crack. Come on,
But
Queen.
look how long
We
we've been
we
saying that.
we done
Look how
seen
long
them
we've been
over.
saying that. We've been
Yeah.
saying that a whole year now. That's almost dead in the water. You understand
No,
what I'm
I don't
saying?
mean crack and give it up. They're gonna crack and be back on YouTube blabbing and
Oh,
drunk
that
and a
yeah,
mess.
yeah.
Now I
But
hope
will we
they're
find
not.
the child? How about finding her? Because this is now a whole year. This is scary because we have
It is.
cases where people have not been discovered for 20, 30 years. I
Hmm.
just posted to another platform a man's truck found down in where was that? Somewhere in the south. His truck was found in the bottom of a river. That dive team, those guys found that truck. That man's been missing for 40 years.
Hmm. Well,
Even though the man confessed 40 years ago, but they said they went and searched that river, didn't find anything. Now we got this dive team go down in there. They find it by the luck of God, but it's still sad to know that
yeah,
man's been sitting down there for 40 years inside of his own truck.
yes, that's extremely sad,
Lord
and
have
for his
mercy.
family. Yeah, the world's a crazy place, Queen. I just some of the stuff that we hear here in the YouTube streets, and just what you YouTubers who do the research on these cases find out.
Mm-hmm.
My mind gets blown.
Well,
My
let's go
mind
here.
gets absolutely blown.
Who killed Summer Wells? Accident, killed, mama did it, father did it. They both together, as you heard the words from Peter, he sees guilt with both, conspiracy with both. The way he talked about, putting the tools in the truck, overly talking, using too many descriptive words. Run it to me.
It's hard, Queen. There's a lot of stuff going on there. I mean, in the beginning, I didn't want to believe the parents had anything to do with this. I
Why?
believed
Why? Ah!
because I don't want to look, Queen. I know that the world's a sick place. I don't want to believe sometimes that there's people out there like that. But boy, it comes and slaps me in the face every time. There are, but you never want to believe that. I just can't walk around every day, wake up happy. I'm in customer service, so I can't put a smile on my face every day and walk around like that. I got to
Listen,
believe there's some good
Lisa,
in humanity.
Lisa.
But I, in the beginning, did not
But
believe that.
most children are killed by their parents, not strangers. I've brought
Yes.
you content from day one that kidnappings are rare. Most
Yes.
children are kidnapped by a custodial parent, not a stranger.
Yes, ma'am. And as you are sitting here saying these words to me just now, the hair on my arm stood up because you've taught
Yes,
me so much in a year.
because Peter Hyatt
You've
broke it
taught me.
down with those statements and reading those statements, the overly descriptive. It was all a script, and possibly
Yep.
Donald Wells is involved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's something going on there. And with this latest information about the sheriff and his son, I'm just like, whoa, are you
Yes,
kidding me right now?
I will possibly do a live about that on its
I
own,
think
about Mr. Lawson.
there's got to be, if these parents did this, there's got to be, like they're saying that Don's got something on Candace got something on Don. Well, maybe they got something on the sheriff too. Sounds to me like the sheriff just been doing dirty, dirty deeds for the 40 years that he's been in there. It's astounding.
I'm gonna ask you again, who did it?
Well, these people are real low life scumbags.
You can't decide, can you?
It was probably Candace.
Why?
Well, if I want to go with everything I've learned, I don't know if it could have been jealousy. I mean, how could you be jealous of that thing, Queen? Ugh.
You'd be very surprised.
Yeah, it could be.
Many mothers are jealous of their girl children.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm. You know, I called in because I put something in the chat when you were saying that there was a man who had a picture on his Facebook of all these kids with that haircut.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. Do you mind if I say the name?
I don't want no problems, so don't.
Okay. Well, I think most people who have been here since the beginning, Queen, they know. They've seen. So,
So
yeah,
is
and
this
talk
person,
about
does this
trash.
person, listen, does this person live out of town?
Yes.
Do they live in the state of New York?
Yes.
So that's what I thought it was. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. There's just so much trash involved there.
So that leads me to believe he has a connection to the case by his child having a connection to the case, if that's what we're speaking of. And
Mm-hmm.
so I found that strange when I saw all those haircuts. I thought maybe this is just a Southern thing. So let me ask you this. The girls that's in the photographs, what state did they live in? Do you know?
I think it was different states.
That's not good.
It was different states. Yeah, we could be talking about a thing that starts with an R and ends with a P.
Trafficking.
2 words.
Is that what you're talking about? Human trafficking?
Yes.
Yes, but I never wanted to think this was human trafficking. But now that
Me either.
listen, now that you're telling me that that's the person, because I couldn't remember because so much time that went by and I never focused on him. I didn't have a reason to until he jumped on YouTube again. There's something there.
Can I tell you something, Queen?
I don't know.
It's off topic, but on topic, same thing. I just didn't know if you had come across this info that I was going to give you. It doesn't got nothing to do with these cases. It's kind of outside of the realm, but
what is
something
it?
of our.
What's it about then?
Have you know who that actor is that played in Passion of the Christ? That Jim Caviezel.
I have to pull his face up. Excuse me.
Okay.
My face.
Well, he has done a movie that.
Okay,
about,
Queen, Lumbee Queen says they were from different places. He said that, claimed they were friends and such. That's what's creepy. You live all the way in another state, and you got pictures of those girls with those same haircuts. One was in, I think, a hospital bed, and then this baby had the same haircut before all her hair got chopped off.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And his own son sported that haircut for a while as well.
Well, I didn't know if that was a Southern type haircut or, up that region haircut, because I've had a similar haircut like that back in the day where one side of my hair was longer than the other. I did that in probably 2009. So that's why I said I didn't know if this was something. These were children that were friends of Summer Wells or what. Jesus Christ, I'm sick of these people. They make me sick.
It could be signaling.
He's so vile and nasty.
Yeah, it could be signaling, Queen.
Throw his ass in a boiling hot water too.
Oh yeah, he's disgusting. Yes, he's gross. I just am like, wow, poor kid.
Go ahead with what you're trying to say.
Okay, so this Jim Caviezel a few years ago, he did a movie, and they were going to call it The Underground Railroad, but this movie is being stopped. The movie's filmed, it's done, but for some reason they can't get it released.
Well, what's it about?
It's about, okay, he's a government agent, and they go in and they do some kind of bust, and there's this little kid there, like real small. And after everything, he goes up to the agent and he hands him this necklace from his sister. And he goes, "Can you help me find my sister?" And it kind of breaks the guy's heart. He leaves the government because they won't help. And he starts his own thing and goes and starts helping bust these child trafficking. And I don't know if he ends up finding the girl, but they actually end up in Colombia. In the shots that I've seen, the movie's filmed, but it's being blocked from release because they don't want the public to know how prolific this behavior is.
Well, I just pulled something up this morning of a black girl. I didn't open the article because when I went back to find it, I lost it. But this one says, girl shot in front of a house where she tried to escape, I thought. So you're willing to shoot her out in public? She's trying to escape. being, held captive. This is what the people are crazy like this. You can't never say what a person will do. I didn't want to believe human trafficking just because, I don't know, I just didn't. But with this group, hell, I guess anything's possible. I don't know.
We've been hearing so much like over the past 10 years about it, though.
Well, let's go here. Do you think they're the type of people that would sell their child?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I absolutely do.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Oh, Lord is right. It's astounding. I don't know. I don't know why this behavior goes on,
People are sick.
And that's why I want to look for an excuse.
That's why people,
like,
let me tell you
what
something.
causes this?
There are all type of sick people out here. There are people who that fantasize about being with children, young girls, teenagers. To me, it's all the same. You in your mind may think, well, I like a young girl, but I don't like a baby. I don't like a toddler. Well, if you like her under 18, you're still a problem.
Yep.
You're a problem person.
And what you were saying that man on YouTube in that interview was saying that this is a learned behavior, and they don't realize that there's a whole other part of society out there that doesn't experience what they're experiencing. So they feel like it's normal. So
if
they
you have
just go
something
on through life doing it.
If you all have anything you like to say about what we're talking about, you can hit the link. If you have something to say about Billie Joe being investigated for gross negligence, that's my first topic. I was given information today that she's being investigated. They're trying to decide if they want to bring forth charges against her. Part 2 is about Donald Wells. Mr. Hyatt has given his assessment from his statements last year. It's an older video. I just found it. I wanted to play that because Mr. Wells has been released from county jail. That is the topic. 2 double topics. Ooh, Lord have mercy. I'm dead. I'm over these people.
I know. I don't know how you do it, Queen.
And
I
let
hear
me
you
address
get so flustered sometimes.
And let me address this to somebody, because I'm tired of playing these little mind games with some of you out there. But I'm going to say this to somebody because they want to be cute. Please call the FBI on the Queen.
Okay, now I'm dying. For what?
Please call the FBI on the Queen. What I say on my channel is my opinion. Everything I bring with a source. So the article pertaining to Debbie Collier is public news, not Angela's version, unlike the bullshit you're having down in Savannah, Georgia. Everything released about Debbie Collier, her case being considered suicide or accident, is now public knowledge. So if you feel like you need to report me to the FBI, please make sure they spell everyday shenanigans correctly.
Absolutely.
When you give them that information.
Oh,
my dad's the sheriff. I'm going to screenshot what you're saying about her. You're saying horrible things about her. I'm going to tell him to go call the FBI. I'll be waiting.
Well, her son done come out and made a statement, Queen. Did you see that?
Well, that's what my videos have been about, pertaining to the new information from law enforcement and her son's allegations of being, mistreated by the sheriff's office. Everything I brought forward is public knowledge.
Right. I just saw a brief clip of that.
I didn't say she killed herself. I didn't say it was an accident. The police is now saying that. So if you have a problem with the information, you need to call Habersham Police Department, not me. What is the FBI going to say? Well, we watched her video. This is information they put out, ma'am.
Right.
The police is saying she hurt herself. She may have used drugs, ma'am.
Yeah, some of the comments are crazy, Queen.
You know what the problem is? The problem is people like to aid people who do wrong. People like to aid people and don't know really what's going on in the case. And they don't want you saying anything negative about them or even talking about the case in general. You can't tell me not to talk about the case. It's public.
Right.
She died. Somebody found her. It's public.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing I said about her that was not inferred in the news article and the news broadcast. So whatever
That's
they
right. Y'all
said,
get it?
whatever they said this time is from whatever they saw with Debbie Collier.
Right.
How would I know she used drugs? I don't know that she used drugs, but that's what they said.
Right.
So, goofy ass, if you have a problem, you need to go talk to Habersham.
Queen always comes with the facts, y'all.
I don't even know the lady. Because right now, it's the narrative has changed. So we don't really know if she died accidentally, she killed herself, or somebody killed her.
Yep.
So that's what these people need to do. Quit trolling people's content. Go call those people. Go call the police. You have a problem with their investigation? Call them. You have a problem with GBI? Call them.
Yep.
You don't like the information that the police has released to the public? Call them. What do I have to do with the information? I don't know no more than what they put out. And right now, it's changed. So, you know, find something to do. Very sick. Very sick people.
Queen, are you gonna do something coming up here on the Delphi thing?
I don't talk about that subject, honey.
Okay.
I talk about too much as it is. I can't. I'd have to start from the beginning and go dig. And I just right now, I just got enough that I'm already.
I just learned it all within the past 2 days. So
yeah, so that's what
I understand.
I don't want to.
That's why I asked.
I don't want to dig into that. I've got this
It's a
already
lot.
sewed up this Quentin Simon mess, and that's enough to keep me busy for a while. I don't really even have to talk about anything else because every day, if I want to indulge in that BS that's going on down there, it just won't stop. Thank you, crime. It just won't stop, just all day long. He said it, she said it. I'm on my way. I'm getting on a plane. I'm getting on a tricycle. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to go down there.
Yeah, so what we can expect is at least 4 more YouTubers supposed to be on boots on the ground here shortly.
And I can't believe he said that about me and this, that, and the other, and blah, blah, blah. Man, y'all making my head hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Queen. I just want to, the whole Billie Joel thing, I think she should be charged, in my opinion.
Okay.
Both her and her daughter. I mean,
oh, you can't have one without the other.
Yeah, right. Well, even the father of the youngest.
Here. Go ahead.
Even the father of the youngest, I think. Matter of fact, even all the people in that house that day.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, it's just ridiculous they haven't been charged. And I hate to say it, but you know, if it was a black couple, they'd be arrested right away.
I agree.
And I hate looking at cases like that.
What did you just say?
I said if it was a black couple, they would have been arrested right away.
Oh,
Look at Cody Bigsby. Look at his father. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I'm glad they're looking into charges for them, but I think all of them that were in that house that day deserves charges. Every last one of them. But I'm not going to be on here too long. I just wanted to touch on that and also tell you thank you because you're one of the people that I really come to for true crime that goes to depth, that don't just take things as for value. You actually dig and find out different information, and I appreciate that. I mean, since POTF has passed away, you're my go-to. So thank you.
Do you have an opinion pertaining to Donald Wells being released and the information I played by Mr. Peter Hyatt on his assessment of his and Candace's statements from last year?
You know, this is what I'm surprised about, is why didn't they reinterrogate him? Why he was in there? Why he was away from Candace? I would have. I would have. And honestly, I would have. I would have filed neglect charges on him too.
I hear them trick-or-treaters out there.
Well, I'm pretty sure Ronnie Lawson and them had left it open, saying that
Hollering. They better
while he
leave me
was
alone.
there, if he felt the need to come and speak to them, they left it open-ended for Don to come to them. So I feel like there might have been something in the law with him being there on the DUI charges. Maybe they couldn't approach him that way.
The
Well,
law don't need no jurisdiction on doing nothing except for calling the people if they have to come from out of town. So what are you talking about?
Well, and
I was
supposedly with
answering.
Salt Lake, they brought detectives over to talk to him about his stepsister. So
Yeah,
I don't
but look where that's
understand
at.
why
But
they
guess
wouldn't do
what?
that.
But guess what? He wasn't remanded to Utah. Ting.
Yep, facts.
So,
That to me says like that didn't
going
happen.
live last year to talk to Mary and
Yeah,
Susie Mae and Dick was all for nothing.
right. And,
Mhm.
and you know, they said, oh, charges were happening. Well, obviously they didn't happen because he's still set free. And
Yep.
it makes me worried for any child that is around that man.
This is what I was telling my mod earlier. The thing about like his case with Utah, the issue with Billie Joe maybe losing her job. What you have to always remember is, do I have a vested interest to press forward in firing this woman? Do I have proof she's a bad mother or representation of my company? Now, same thing with Utah. Do we really want to extradite this man for an old crime that nobody even brought forward until this little girl went missing? You all were so concerned about him having children, period. You should have came forward when you knew he had messed with the child or any other children in Utah, not Tennessee, Las Vegas, California, so on and so forth. You've let Donna Wells run around to have God knows how many victims.
Yes.
You got to ask, Utah has to ask themselves, do we care enough to bring him back? That's the question.
Right.
Do we care enough?
And they may not. Not.
That's what I'm saying. It's costly to extradite people. It's costly to try them.
Right. And after that crime, I mean, it goes civil. I heard once you're an adult and it's been so long, it goes civil. It's no longer criminal.
Well, I don't know Utah law. But
I do.
My thing is, who's in Utah?
Yeah, I'm in Utah.
Okay, so but what I'm saying is, is it important enough for them? That's all. That's
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I really don't think so.
Because it's not like he murdered. I'm not saying what molesting children is right, but what I'm saying is they have to feel in their minds he's worth extraditing and bringing him back.
Right. And yeah, like I said, in Utah, it's really no longer criminal; it's civil.
It's civil. I see. Okay.
That law that they put in place, where if you were a victim as a child, you could still go after your predator. That's civil. It's no longer.
Somebody says think he will be charged in Tennessee for a long time, so not necessarily go to Utah, but the jurisdiction is out there. The crime is out there. Tennessee don't have any jurisdiction to charge him with a crime. You have to prove he committed a crime in Tennessee, not Utah.
Exactly. So, all right. I just came up here and again, thank you. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate it.
God bless you. Have a good week. Happy Halloween.
Yep. God bless.
God bless you. All right. Why crime? You were up here. You fell off. Anybody else want to hit the link to give their opinion pertaining to Billie Joe possibly facing charges of gross negligence? Someone decided to contact the Queen to give her the 411 on this certain situation. And then we have Mr. Wells' release. I played his older statements. He and Candace, a analyst, decided to chop up what he said a year ago, and I played that content. Is he complicit to harming his child and discarding his child? Did they sell the child? Is it all Candace on her own harming, discarding the child? Or Donald Wells did this all alone? He was there at the house that day, lied, fabricated a story. What's the truth? because you also have to go back to everything that was said by Boy H. I did not want to talk about Boy H in this live, but when we go back to the conversation of he and her in the car, and he says, Candace says that Don said there's somebody there on the property. This is why I always tell you to go back to the beginning. What fucking human being would not drop what they're doing and drive back to Rogersville ASAP to see who's up there? Hello?
Uh-huh.
Wouldn't you
Who's
stop
there?
what you're doing? I got to get back. I got to go back to Rogersville. Mama going to have to wait. Somebody's up there on the property with my children.
Yep.
So
Very
that
interesting.
is your setup right there.
Mm-hmm. And this person has never been discussed. Like,
That's
there's
why
a
you have
lot
to
of things that haven't been discussed, Queen, that really need like a
Because
magnifying glass.
Boy H had no reason to make that up. So see, this is why I tell you all, y'all pick and choose what to dwell on. You go on and on about certain things, but he spun the story right there.
I know, and there's a lot. Can I say something, Queen, without interrupting you?
Go ahead.
There's a lot of times I go in the comments and I read stuff in there that people just think that Don don't have nothing to do with it. And I don't see how that's possible, because the way he talks about Summer in some of them interviews, he don't talk about Candace like that. He don't talk about none of his boys or his mama, anybody. He talks about Summer like he was in love with her.
That's why
not
you have
like
to listen at how people speak. So that's why I
Yes.
said we glaze over stuff, but Mr. Hyatt put it down. He found deception in his commentary when he talked about packing up the truck. It was too descriptive to just say, she called me, said the child was missing. I hurried up, jumped in the truck, and I left. Now, some people talk like that. They've got to tell you everything they did to get to the point of the story. Because a lot of times we do that. We talk around and don't get to the damn point. But it's too wordy. You don't got to tell me that you had to pack up the tools and you left some. What the fuck does that have to do with your baby?
Yep. Well, he was being coached, remember?
I walked her over I watched her go to the door. I watched her walk to the door. Nobody talks like that.
No.
You would only say that if the person was handicapped. Oh,
yeah.
She said she needed help getting up, so I had to walk her over to the door because she's on crutches or she's got a bad back. See where I'm going? But she's 5, so she don't need any help. So why do you need to watch her walk in? You ain't been watching her walk in. We already know your type. You ain't that type. So even Madonna said that during his lives. She ain't that over vigilant parent to be walking her over to the door.
Yep.
They're both
very strange.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's both. After
I always thought that Summer
is both.
Queen.
And Boy H. Boy H really seals it up.
Yeah. And I always thought that, that Summer did not make it back there alive.
Well, I don't think she made it back either. She had no reason to make it back. That's why that's why it's all this overly wording of planting flowers and walking her to the door and hollering for her. And this is the one that's the picture right here when she talks to Chris Madonna and she describes going in the house. Here we go. Summer. I said, oh, that bitch is lying.
Yep.
You never called Summer because she was never there.
And if Summer was killed anywhere on that property, the cadaver dogs would have picked up that scent.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Kinsley, what do you have to say about Billie Joe?
Billie Ho.
Oh, my God.
She'll be charged. That baby was legally supposed to be in her custody. She was the custodial parent or grandparent, whatever you want to call it.
You can't walk around it. No. If Georgia lets her go on that, they need to be sued because she signed those papers. That was your obligation. The day you signed your Jane Hancock.
The responsibility, whether the state gave her an ultimatum, hey, something's going on, your daughter's on drugs, you either take the kids or we're going to put him in foster care. But then again, I can't even make that make sense anymore because she didn't have, the baby wasn't listed on there, which is strange.
No, it's not strange. I told you why that he's not on there. She's not on there because her father was already there in the house living with them.
Yeah,
she knew she would have to say, she'd have to say something to him, and he probably would have objected to that. She knew better.
Yeah, that makes sense. But she definitely, I think they're going to have to. This is just my opinion.
That's why I said all that bullshit on 535. You all could be at the courthouse and the DHS. You got a lot of places you could be rallying besides 535.
Yeah, this really falls in the state's hands again, because you gave her custody while this woman was working out of the state.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, we got to see, because we don't know when she took this job. So that's why I said,
she had to have lied.
When did she take the job, and when did she sign the papers? I
personally think that this is all going to come down to a money thing.
Yeah, it's financial. All this was financial gain.
Yeah, this to me is going to be financial gain. Hence the reason why the IRS.
Because she knew herself. She knew what type of person she was. She knew she didn't really want to be raising small children. Yep. Hey, I'll let you live in my house, but you're responsible for your own kids.
Yeah, they're going to end up taking them both in at some point. They're going to have to.
Yeah, she either had different employment at that time, or she lied about her employment.
Well, she could have, but that goes also to, don't you verify things?
Right. That's what I'm thinking.
Don't you call people and ask, hey, how long she been working here? Is she a good employee? Blah, blah, blah. Damn, that's why it's called investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or maybe she claims to be an independent contractor and didn't disclose that she travels.
She may not. And they got to just verify that, yes, she works for us at this company, and how long.
Right. We don't know those special circumstances yet.
We don't.
Well, and then you got to look at the part where they're drug users, right? I think they're habitual drug users. So based just off of the charges,
did she take a drug test? Did they ask her to take a drug test? As a parent, they should have.
There's no damn way, man. You couldn't even make me.
Well, I'm sitting here thinking about this person I know. He has custody of his child. He's a felon. She was in the state's care when he got her, and he is a known smoker of marijuana. So I'm trying to figure out, he could not have peed in a cup.
It's just
there's no way.
They're gonna have to go after the state. They're gonna have to take her into custody. He disappeared on her watch.
Yes, he did. We know.
So therefore, whether Leilani's on video or not, it is my opinion that they should both be charged with murder.
Okay, both. Okay, so that's what I was going to ask you. So I don't know if I put that on a poll or not. I got a lot of polls to put up this evening. Lord have mercy. If I can remember how to do all of them. So let's say a consensus of everybody on the panel believes both should be charged with homicide if indeed the child is found in a dumpster. Hello?
Yep, I think so.
Yes, I agree. Okay. Donald Wells is home. How do you feel about that? Do you think he's going to return to YouTube?
I don't care where he returns.
What? Yeah, you will, because you'll be sending me stuff that folks saying. Yes, you will. Don't even go there. You like Daddy Don.
Oh yeah. He just does it for me.
Daddy Don, listen. Daddy Don ready now, baby. Listen, Daddy Don ready now. He out that jail. Oh, suck it.
Damn, he is like probably.
Don said, I'm ready. He gonna start listening to some R. Kelly.
Oh,
Tell me, baby. Girl, are you ready? Don ready. And look, he probably ready to put Candace down too.
Oh shit.
Oh, Jesus, I can't. I know the Lord is up there stomping like I can't do nothing with none of y'all down there. I can't do nothing with none of y'all down there. let me tell you something. I always think of the Lord. I don't want to say this because I don't want to be blasphemous, but I see the Lord as kind of black with a big old fluffy robe and house shoes, and he just be stomping and running around acting a fool like Medea. Like, ain't I done told you about what you did yesterday, and you still doing it again? Don't call my phone. Don't call my phone. That's what I think of. I think of the Lord in a fluffy robe and house shoes, just a stomping.
Sorry to be
Man.
coughing, Queen. I'm getting over bronchitis.
It's sick of us. Just sick of us.
No, but you took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
I think when he called and he, said what he said about there's a man up there trying to touch kids, that is very random.
That's very random.
That is not something that someone says, oh, okay. Well, number one, how do you know that? And number two, how are your kids calling you? Because I thought, did they not have Wi-Fi? Did they have Wi-Fi? Did they have no phone?
So that means the child would have to have a phone or access to Wi-Fi if they didn't have a phone number or landline.
Yeah, nobody says, okay, he would have, if that was a normal human being.
Yes.
Dad's calling mom on his way home.
Well, one of them was supposed to be on their way home. Let's just look at it like that.
Well, I don't believe if that happened and I was in that scenario, my husband would have already left and flew home.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So don't you find it strange? On the same day, see, that's why I was telling everybody, go back to the beginning of the story. The day that a strange man is on the property, nobody runs back to the house to see who's up there. You don't get any more information about this allegation from police, law enforcement, nothing. And then a little girl goes missing hours later.
No, that was his, setup right there. He was putting that out to the universe because that was the story that they were going to run with.
Yeah.
Period.
If we don't believe that, then that means they're both complicit because that's just an odd statement on the same day that a child goes missing. One of your own children, not the boys. That's another thing. What are the odds that none of the boys were accosted? Where did the boys see the person? Were the boys inside or were they outside playing? Did the person try to touch the boy? See, all that's left open with no explanation.
Yeah,
and nobody ever talks about that.
Because it never happened.
No, but you still would talk about it whether it happened or not.
It's
no
different than planting the flowers. I don't have verification they planted flowers. I don't have verification she brought her home. So it's no different than that version.
And how odd that Candace chose to hang out with H that day.
Yeah, that's exactly. He told he hadn't talked to her in a while. So now you got to ask that question. What's a while? Yeah. 2 weeks?
Odd.
1 month? 3 months?
Yep.
That boy.
Yeah.
And his account of everything, in my opinion, I think that would be too elaborate for a 15-year-old kid.
I don't see H making up none of that stuff.
I don't
have any reason to.
Not one bit. He has nothing to gain.
Because he already said, yeah, I went with her. I was bored. I didn't have anything to do.
I 100% believe what he said, whether we like his mama or his grandma or not, or we think he's young and he's lying.
Just hit the link. The link is free to anybody in the chat and the viewing audience. You don't need a ticket.
And then the fact that after the fact, Candace went back, once or twice?
Yeah, that's strange. Yeah.
So,
You mean the second day to make sure they're asking what he said to the TBI.
Yep.
I don't think they're going to find her at all. In the beginning, I was like, I had hope. Like, okay, they're going to find her. It's just going to take
I don't care about it. Don Wells can't get up in this chat. He can't get up nowhere. He can send that other little friend of his up here. They're the least of my problems. To me, they're just like that trash down there in Savannah. It means nothing to me. None of them folks. Those folks are irrelevant.
I just feel that they're not going to find her. It's been too long. I'm beginning to think that Ronnie Lawson is in some sort of corruption with sex trafficking.
So funny you all are talking and I get this message from this psychic. It's not about the case. I tune into that mess, and I'm not supposed to be reading that stupid stuff. Your soulmate is searching for you, but your energy is being spent on the wrong people. Yeah, kind of like this YouTube. I'm spending
So
too much time
Kingsley,
up here. 3 hours and 29 minutes talking about rubbish.
I
Kinsley,
think they're going to be in the clear though.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't arrested Candace. It seems like just from like us being out here, because obviously we don't get no inside stuff. We're not there. It
Yeah.
doesn't seem like there's much of anything going on. They don't hold press conferences. They haven't kept the public up to date with anything. I think there's just a lot of corruption, more so now than ever, especially with what Ronnie Lawson's son has been charged with.
And then look what he was
absolutely.
charged with of all things.
Of all
And a
things.
child. And a child. It could have been stalking. It could have been
Yep.
rape of a woman. It could have been battery. A child underage. You have to admit that is just too ironic.
It's very coincidental.
Yeah, I think I'll probably do a live about that later.
That shit
That's
has me
very
feeling
interesting.
some sort of way.
It'll
You
be a shame if there's some
I
type
am
of connection.
so
Lord have mercy.
convinced. I am so convinced now that it is all that's the shit that goes down out there, and they all know about it, and they all do it. It's like a big old party to them.
Please stop. Oh,
No, you got to think
Yeah,
about
that's
that.
what I was just going to ask
making
you.
my head hurt.
This sheriff has been very limited on the shit that he has said.
Well,
and not said.
Bambi says maybe he runs the ring.
Thank
God, that'd be
you.
bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Look at him. Look at him. Now he's got a pedo stash.
I can't.
Look, if you look at some of the other interviews that officials have done in missing children cases,
Yeah.
and you look at how Ronnie Lawson has handled this, it's day and night, Queen.
Okay.
It's day and night. I've paid attention. It's disgusting.
Oh,
They don't want her found.
Exactly. Kingsley, I was going to ask you that when you just said that about more and more you're wondering about the corruption with Ronnie Lawson, if there's not a big ring or whatever going on there. So does that mean you don't believe that Don or Candace did anything to her, that there was some other nefarious thing done?
No. I definitely believe that they did, and they did it together, or they knew about it. They both knew about it, and I think that this whole town is involved in that. Maybe Candace killed her. Dawn disposed of her. The town knows about it. Lawson knows about it. To me, there's something going on.
Said looks like Brandon Lawson is out of custody. What are you talking about?
There's something going on, and I can't quite put my finger on it.
I think that jealousy thing with Candace more and more looks like that what it could be. Candace killed her, and Don covered it up.
Yeah.
Candace killed her because she was jealous of their relationship and how Don felt for
But if we go back to the beginning, if that boy actually heard Don on the other line, then they're complicit. So that's what's going to be the problem.
Yes. And that's not it. It's not a jealousy thing.
Listen, did H actually hear Don through the phone, or he just heard her give a version that she was talking to him on the phone? So that's where the problem's going to be. Why crime? Where you calling from?
I'm in England.
Okay. Tell me what you feel about Jody. Jody, why do I keep saying that? Billie Joe. I got information that possibly she may be brought forth on charges for neglect, gross negligence. How do you feel about that? Excuse me.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? You know, look at her backstory. Nice to meet you, actually.
Why crime? Do I know you?
No, I've been in your chat for about 3 or 4 days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just really nice to meet you, and I put my voice forward. This lady, obviously, well, I say she's a lady, Billie Joe. obviously not. You know, she has a history. Not particularly very nice, and she's brought her children up.
I know your voice sounds awfully familiar.
How?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. I've never ever rung into your channel before.
Ever? You don't watch YouTube?
Yes, I do, but I haven't rang into your channel.
Have you been on anyone's panel on YouTube?
Never.
Never? Never. Okay, just curious.
So, am I getting sort of... I'm a bit shocked, actually, because I've rang in for the first time ever.
Oh, I'm just asking.
Yeah, now I'm asking why you're talking to me like this.
Oh, I'm not talking to you any kind of way. I was just asking you a question.
No, you're asking me something that is not...
You were saying? Kinsley?
Oh yeah. You and I'm looking at you right now, and if you could only see me, I'm like, I know who that was, I think. But anyway, I think that there's some sort of a ring going on.
Okay.
That phone call was just, it's something to put in H's head. Oh, there is a man out there. There ain't no damn out there touching no kids. It was just a ruse. That's all it was. Just to put shit in H's head. Just to drag that young boy into some shenanigans.
That's why they used him to begin with.
That's it. That's exactly what they did. And if they didn't, then why would she go back and ask him what he told authorities?
Yeah, you would have no reason to do that.
He's a kid. But let me tell you, I look at him, and sometimes, and I look at my 17-year-old, and mind you, he just turned 17 in September.
Sorry about that.
He could not come over. He's not going to come over here and make up some elaborate story, because he may not remember it in 2 hours, what he told me.
Let's play something right quick. Something I just found in the queue. Hold on 1 second.
Thank you. The father of Summer Wells, a girl who's been missing out of Hawkins County for more than a year, has been released from jail. Wells was not serving time in connection with his daughter's disappearance, instead for a DUI arrest in October of 2021. This past summer, Wells had a 6-month hearing where the judge decided he would be released this week without having to complete any rehabilitation. During his time behind bars, he wrote letters to his daughter's alleged captors. To date, nobody has been charged in her disappearance.
All right, everybody, that's the said information. I don't know who it is, but I'm not taking any chances. No disrespect, but I have a channel to maintain, and I'm not going to let any foolishness transpire up here again. That's just the bottom line. You all were saying?
Yeah, and it's Hunter, or boy H, he hasn't, I don't know if his law enforcement, his dad, his mom, or whomever, but he hasn't been online. You know what I mean? We haven't heard from him, at least in a long time.
And he was before, remember? He was doing TikToks and
he was before, but he's not talking about this. You know what I mean? This
Oh, sorry about that. God, I don't want that jumped on. Oh, Jesus.
He's not trying to make $1 off of it, He just probably is trying to move on with his 16-year-old young boy's life, It's a mess, but I do believe that Lawson's son, there's something sinister there. And the fact that Jody Sue has had that woman has had a lot to say.
You know what I think about that? I think the corruption with Ronnie Lawson has got to do with Jody too. She's a ruse, just like H.
Well, you know
But
what?
she's Ronnie Lawson's ruse.
Well,
She keeps everybody diverted from looking at that pig and what he's done and his son. Because let's remember that what his son has been charged with is what we call learned behavior. So, Mr. Ronnie Lawson, what the fuck did you do to your son?
Well,
What did you do?
what about all of Jody Sue's drug charges?
Oh, yeah.
And how she turned state and how she didn't do any time, but they were pushing massive amounts of narcotics.
Well, let's talk about something else too in the chat. Yeah, the rehab. I thought that's supposed to be a part of him getting out early, as if he completed rehab.
Yes.
So how are you going to complete rehab in jail? They don't give you rehab in jail, so that didn't make any sense to even say that.
So
Because you can't say you can complete rehab. You complete rehab, and I'll let you out early. Then that means you're implying that he would be getting rehab inside of the jail.
We're talking about a man that has.
Because I'm not going to let you out early and then expect you to go do rehab, and then what? You don't do the rehab, then I remand you back to jail?
Is there any fines? Is there like what are you imposing anything for him? Because he's a habitual offender, right? He's a habitual.
Look at Gigi talking about, I think JSB wants to be relevant. She isn't anywhere. Settings at McDonald's Wi-Fi. Turning the room. Oh, girl, you stupid. Oh, what? Wait a minute. You remember one of the fans from last year when we was talking about Cal City? She said, honey, I had to go to the Taco Bell. Use the Wi-Fi. Get on your live stream. Oh, I can't fool with y'all. Y'all crazy. Damn. Satan is busy.
It's just something's not right out there.
All these people make me sick. I hate to even say I live in the South the way everybody has been behaving from Tennessee to Georgia. You all ought to have y'all asses whipped. All y'all need to have y'all asses whipped.
It seems like there's, the United States has a bad rap when it comes to, child services. Right?
The tobacco. Where's my R&R? Short-term memory. I didn't cry. Why I never. They're disgraced. They make us look like a bunch of hillbillies. All of them. All of them. All that mess that's unfolded on YouTube, Facebook, all the way down to Georgia. You just make the South look disgusting. Just a bunch of damn rednecks, black necks, any color neck. It's all the same.
I really thought by now there would have been sad fist fight out in that street. Because sad. It seems a lot of them are either intoxicated.
Yeah, they're all the same. That's the point. Everybody in the chat is saying, doesn't matter where you live. If you notice all the stories, they all have drama. As soon as you let the camera roll or a Facebook post, all they do is sit up and yap all day on TikTok and Facebook, just like them groups that's sitting down there in front of 535. That ain't nothing but some old redneck trash sitting right there in front of that house. I would be ashamed to even be going live streaming, chewing pizza and talking crazy and talking like a toddler on a microphone. It is the most disturbing thing besides this mess up here. What's going on down there on Buckhalter? That's some grimy shit going on down there.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there, Queen. Some of the stuff I learned today when I got off of work was like
grimy, redneck shit going on down there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like
He grabbed the back. That's what he want back. He want back. I ain't doing nothing. Why arrest him? Arrest him.
And the video of Quentin's ghost.
Yeah.
My daughter took one look at that video. She said, Mom, that is a reflection off of Dolly's big ass light. She knew right away.
And how old is your daughter?
23.
Ooh, I hope you're gonna tell me she wasn't underage listening to that crap.
Oh no, Queen. She been listening to you as long as I have,
But
since
it's
last
sad.
year.
It's sad that you're
She's
down
been
there
right here
acting like
listening
you
to you
care
now.
for these people. You act like you care for this little boy, but your behavior is barbaric as the people that you're ridiculing. What is your problem? You're ignorant. You're ignorant.
You know, like I said quite a few times on here, I get it. Like, I really do get it. So if I was there, right, just because I know.
That wouldn't be standing down there. Ain't no if. I would not.
No.
Go stand down there.
I felt the need that is something that I would have to do. Like, if I'm just, that's my calling or whatever the hell you want to call it. I understand going out there and maybe just holding signs up and just not saying anything and letting your passerbys know. That's one thing. But because yeah, like that. But I don't think I would be out there causing
No. And you know why? Because these people already seen, now that Bullhorn Betty and them are out there in front of their house, they don't went and looked at their YouTubes. They saw what they did at Brian Laundrie's house.
Well,
and
you heard that one girl said, I ain't no YouTuber.
But now Bullhorn Betty's out there. She goes, oh, well.
I spend money to come over here. I ain't no YouTuber. Boy, when I hear that, I just want to chew my pearl.
But she's got her motive all out there. She says the reason she does that is to put pressure on the people to crack. Okay, well, these people are a little bit more clever than your last people that you protested, and now they're playing y'all for fools. Because I see now where this Billie Joe was out there in the backyard supposedly one night crying and moaning and nobody saw her face. But all you could hear was this audio of her moaning about the baby.
Listening to all of this is like this.
Uh-huh.
Welcome to the jungle.
Uh-huh. Yep.
It's
absolute madness.
All day. You would think a sensible person would say, I gotta go make a bowel movement. I gotta go eat.
I do think that they need to move on down
potties.
To the
I never think about that.
The county and the state offices. That's where it really needs to be.
Well, they already screwed themselves anyway, made themselves look like dummies because they said they ain't leaving until she's arrested. Well, what if she ain't arrested?
Like
y'all gonna stay there for the rest of your lives?
Obviously, nobody's working. Everybody's drawing some type of check, or you're living off the land because this is ridiculous. Where are your children? I ain't got my children with me. At least my children ain't dead. Well, your children don't need to be right here. Your children don't need to be right here. Your child need to be at the schoolhouse, then home, little leisure time. You're sitting here wasting your entire existence in front of a baby killer's house. Think about what you're doing. They do not care. So it doesn't matter that they go to the news, cry and moan and pretend, oh, I missed the baby. Oh, all of that. Them folks got it going on. Billie Joe can go back to her job and she still got a job. She can still go work a skill somewhere. She ain't got a job. And they'll make a way for that little baby killer to lay up somewhere in a camper somewhere. You people are wasting your time.
Yep.
They need to just hurry up and pick her up, pick them both up, pick Billie Ho up on, the charges of neglect and whatever they can get her on for supposedly having custody, and now the baby's dead. And Leilani, they need to pick her up for disposing of a corpse because they got that bitch on video. And whatever else they can get her on. They probably get her on at least a handful of shit. Just pick her
Do we
up.
know for a fact they got her on video, or did they just ping her?
No, they know.
See, that to me, I'm just like baffled.
That's
why haven't they arrested her?
hypothesizing on these stupid theories because you don't have an arrest. So you're doing the same thing like you did with Summer Wells. You're doing the same thing like you did with Cal City. You know damn well they had to have something on her to go to the fucking landfill. Think.
People are not understanding the amount of, let me just tell you. So when my husband arrived, okay, on the 9th, there was
stupid
45 specialists with the Bureau. 45. Now we're not just talking about your Georgia, your GBI, your small little peeps that are there that just work for the Bureau. We're talking about men and women that have been with the Bureau 20 years plus, and that have multiple I can't even talk, multiple areas of expertise, right? Whether it's sex trafficking, homicide, abduction, analytics, digital this, digital that. 45 arrived from around the United States, in addition to what they had there at their field office. There's no way that you can convince me that they're not at that landfill for a certain reason. It is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no way they would risk somebody's health for that and call in strange people from around the country to do that. This bullshit. And I think people need to stop making up stuff that because you're not getting your way in the case. It happens just like this. It's up to this person who's in charge to decide how they want to run the investigation. I don't have to agree with what Chief Hatley's doing. I don't have to agree at all. But the point is, he's the head knocker, and it is what it is.
He has not given that case over to the FBI. He has not, and he is not going to. He wants, and as bad as it sounds, because it sounds bad to me, but he wants that victory. He probably has not had a victory.
But you know what, like somebody said on their channel the other day, could it be that you're aiding something terrible to happen over there on that road, people acting out, the family acting out, which I already know nobody over there is going to do anything as of yet because none of them want to go to jail because they don't need to go into jail when you're already facing a chance of one going to jail for putting the baby in the dumpster or possibly killing the baby. But there is that rare chance that somebody might come through and just spray the whole damn street.
See, that's what I'm telling you. I'm thinking this shit is bizarre that they haven't just picked at least her up. Figure out what you got to figure out with Billie Ho, but they need to get her off the street before some innocent people that are minding their business in their, taking the groceries out of their car, coming home from shopping, maybe taking a jog. These people can't live a normal life right now.
Oh, I'd be pissed off, let me tell you. Because I've been over here pissing off about noise every 5 seconds. Bam, slam, this and that. That shit just gets over. And I've been and went off over there.
Yeah, at some point, they got to hurry up and make a move. But I don't think they're going to. He wants that body, and it sounds horrible to say.
Well, let's go there then. Since he seems like he's on an ego trip. Imagine it's week 4, which it is. Wednesday will mark a whole, 4 weeks. Nothing. 6 weeks. Nothing.
Yeah, how long are they going to do this?
Christmas, nothing.
They're not going to dig forever. At some point, they're going to say, we don't have the money to fund this anymore. So what are we going to do? What the hell are they going to say? What is he going to say? What is his explanation going to be? Because he better start thinking of something good. Because at some point, all of these special agents, all of these other agents that are there working in that landfill, they're all going to come home. They want to.
Well, everybody knows the FBI has a higher, the word I want to use. But they're not the ones over the investigation. It was not handed to them.
No,
they were asked to assist. They called them in. Hatley called them in 3 hours after the report came in about the child. So they needed assistance, but they do not have the rank over the investigation. But I wish they did have it. Because I think they would have broke old girlfriend down.
Oh, a long time ago. The fact that she nor him.
Now, see, FBI, let me tell you what FBI would have done. They'd been outside, across the street,
Yep.
following you to the gas station,
Knock, knock, knock.
grocery
at the neighbor's
store.
door.
Every move you make, they would have been on you, and you would have known it. You would not have been able to think straight.
Nope.
See,
She would have gave it
they
up.
don't have that. They don't have that type of manpower, woman power to trail them. Have everybody trail coming and going out of the house. FBI got enough people to do that, to follow you around.
That house in the very beginning had a lot of movement. So, I mean,
Is it not time for election time for the sheriff in Georgia? I don't know, sweetie.
They got to hurry up. They got to pick her up on something.
But that's a good question, because I've asked that too. If it is election time, will Hadley be able to hold his rank?
I don't know.
Because I wouldn't be voting for him, because I think I'd be kind of disgusted with this mess. And this is a good way to lose a good vote. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, he ain't doing nothing. He ain't bringing that girl in. These people are over here stalking these people on the street and disturbing the peace. Don't vote for him. He might actually be a decent guy, but right now, he might be public enemy down there in Savannah.
Well, I'm sure the locals, neighbors and stuff are pissed off at him.
Oh, I already know one street ain't voting for him. And I don't give a damn how he a Democrat or Republican or what he is.
Uh-huh.
They need to go
When you get pissed off, let me tell you something. Even if you was a Republican or a Democrat, and let's say that he's a Republican, if you was a Republican on that street, you'd be pissed off. You would not want to give him no vote.
Nope. Not a dime and not a vote.
Mm-mm.
They just need to take them both in. At least take her in first. The other one.
See you later, alligator.
Has she even been questioned?
No.
That's what I thought. Did she
nobody
lawyer
has.
up right away?
I don't even think she's lawyered up. If I'm correct, they were talking about obtaining legal counsel, but as far as I know, there's been no actual.
I want to know what happened in juvenile court.
And we're not going to know what happened in juvenile court because
Well, I want to know something. Tell somebody I want to know.
Hold on, let me make a call real quick.
Yeah, I want to know. I think I'm ready to hear something. Well, we got a little bit of information today, but about Billie Joe, but I want to know what the hell happened in court. That's what I want to know.
They need to hurry up. They need to do something. She was not questioned. She refused to be questioned. Bumpkin did not get questioned.
See, that's crazy right there. Your
Billie
child
did not get questioned.
It's just like what Mr. Hyatt said, and somebody else said it recently. In the beginning of an investigation, you want to be eliminated day one.
Yep.
You will take the lie detector test. You will answer all questions. You'll go down, give a formal statement to the police department or sheriff's office, and be done with it.
Shit, you're going to be raising your hand. I'll take a Polly. Hurry up. Let me get in there. I didn't have nothing to do.
You're not going to be sitting around here ducking the police and not answering the door, not answering the phone, and you're not going to do that because you want justice for your child, remember?
This boyfriend is now somewhere else.
You're not rallying for your child. So all the signs are there that you're complicit in something. You hiding something.
Mm-hmm.
People need to think of this also. You know, his daughter. So they go, right? And the state comes in and removes the little boy and the little girl. Mm-hmm. The first call that CPS is going to make is going to be like, okay, let's start looking for family, right? Hell no, that should tell you something. Grandma don't got him. Grandpa don't got him. No aunts and uncles ain't got him.
They said that they found the parents and that the father, they weren't like found able to take custody of Sky. Isn't that pretty disgusting? Got to make you wonder what's going on that side of the woods.
Yes.
What's their backstory?
There's these people, all of them, all the baby daddies.
Scroll up. The link's in the chat. Scroll up, Red.
I'm just saying all of them because it seems like, you know, she likes to open her legs to any random do.
Ooh, did you hear the other? But did you hear the rumor that I heard on somebody through? Because I listen to AB, I don't go listen to that shit nowhere else. But did you hear about her running to the black man after she done killed her baby? Shut up, Amy.
Oh God.
Woo! So she like black boys.
Oh, she wants some BBC. And her guess
Look,
what?
you see that?
I just realized what BBC was.
She's gonna go
BBC.
get some BBC to have a blue waffle by the time
I was gonna
he's
say
done.
big black what?
Big black cotton. Go ahead, Queen. Say it. I'm dead.
I'm not saying that. You done said it, your nasty mouth. I'm not saying that. Black women, we don't use that word, the C word. We don't use
I
that.
don't use that word either, but I'm just trying
That's
to
a
help
white.
you
That's
out.
a white woman's terminology. I'm just saying.
Oh my, these people.
Listen, I declare.
Woo.
Wait a minute. You done been with all these white men, and then all of a sudden you kill your baby. You want a black man? I'm dead.
Oh
Say
Lord. Lord.
She is
God
just,
forgive me, but you, look, girl, you foul. You's a nasty son of a son.
Oh.
All them white
wonder
boys,
what her mama's
all
like.
them white boys she done laid up with and made a baby, and then you kill your baby. You want to go get a black man?
She's a whole hoe.
Oh my.
Her and her mama.
And Billie Joe, she probably like black men too. Shut up, Queen.
Ugh, God. She is foul. That
Oh
woman is
no. She looks
foul.
like she's like them nasty old biker men.
How you like them? Black and easy.
She needs some BBC. In her
How
life.
you like them? Black and easy.
She wants to give him a pump on her bike.
Where are you going?
Kensley, please stop. Just stop it, please. It's too early for Queen to be drinking. I ain't even had no dinner fooling with y'all. I'm 4 hours in. We're gonna have to cut this now. But I'm gonna have to come back for a part 2 because this is treacherous right here. Oh, Satan, get your children.
Well, now that I know how to do it, Queen, I'll have to come back sometime too.
But let me tell y'all this, seriously. I ain't got warm in here now talking about black men. Look, I done got hot. Seriously. When they were sitting on that lawn, I said, oh yeah, she killed that baby. She looking around. They hollering, screaming. Mama yelling back at the reporter. She is 50 miles out to shore. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
50 miles out to shore. Ain't paying attention. Sheriff sitting up there calling her through the cell phone. Hi, Leilani. Hi. Leilani didn't even flinch. Didn't wave, didn't say hello. That bitch killed that baby, man.
Nothing, not even a tear.
She killed that baby because I watched her sit out there on that lawn while the mama's streaming, going back and forth with that thing from Canada, and everything I needed to see was right there. Right, disassociation. She checked out a long time ago before she killed Quentin.
Yep.
And her sitting on that lawn showed you, yeah, I did it, and I got back up. My mama here, I'm still in her house, and as you see, the plan worked, and y'all better wake up. She knew she killed that baby. The mother would have sympathy for her. It was a grand plan. Retribution, revenge. I'll show all of y'all. I still got control of this mother. So you're not looking at the bigger picture. She ain't running me off nowhere. You're gonna put me out? You're gonna put me on child support? I dumped that baby. It worked. The plan worked.
Yep.
And for some sick reason, Billie Joe is holding on to her and holding her hand. Why, I do not know, because she threw that girl under the bus day one, her and her husband. Now they're out there arguing with these protesters when they were the main ones that threw her under the bus. That little heifer got game. She got game.
Yeah,
Mhm.
national TV. National TV threw her right under the bus.
Yep.
Well, it's possibly guilt, yes. I failed you once before, you and your brothers, sisters, whomever. I was a fuck up. I've now half-assed got my life together, and now you've killed the baby. Yeah, I'm going to hold on to you just a little while longer. But that's the gist of the story, Leilani. Billie Joe going to eventually dump your ass because you're dead weight. You are a casualty of war. And you will be collateral damage, just like what you did to that baby. She's going to dump you eventually. Because she will have to save herself in the end.
Yep.
See, that's the thing people don't understand about loyalty. At some point, a person will have to reach for the preserver for him or herself. They will no longer be able to keep you afloat. They've got to survive without you. And eventually, Billie Joe will have to forfeit her child in order to preserve herself. And if indeed the state and law enforcement decides to bring charges against Billie Joe for gross negligence, and also could be a murder charge, she will have no use for her daughter. She will then turn on her daughter and tell the truth about what happened to Quentin Simon. Because there'll be no use in trying to hold on to the relationship. Self-preservation is always number one. There will be times we will put others before us. But if it comes down to the nitty-gritty, I got to let you go.
Mm-hmm. And we're never going to get that satisfaction in the Don and Candace situation.
I don't know. As I just said, depends on what the cards say. If it's a matter of somebody has something to lose,
I don't think neither one of them got nothing to lose, Queen.
Yeah, but see, we don't know what can transpire and what can come out. If indeed we get information, law officials get the information they need in the case, and they're both complicit, hell yeah, somebody gonna talk. Because then it's do or die. I've got to save me. I can no longer worry about you. As that man said, perhaps both have something on the other one. And that has been said a few times in the past year pertaining to Don and Candace. That
but didn't both Don and Candace say out of their own mouths that Summer One never going to be found? They sound so sure, like they know that they got rid of her so good.
But you will say that if indeed you are the culprits. I can say that because I know I did something to you, and I've made sure that you would not be found. I can act like I don't care because I don't. 2, I got you gone for a reason. 3, hell no, they ain't gonna find you because I tucked you away properly. So I think and hope that I did.
See, that's what I fear in the case. There is just they're so criminal, so slimy, so down there. You know, what could they have possibly done with that precious little baby body?
You could do a lot of things. She's a little bitty person.
Yeah. That's what I'm
It
saying.
would take nothing.
It could
It
have
would
been
take
so
nothing.
easy for them to get
It
rid of
would take
her.
nothing to conceal a fucking toddler or 5-year-old. Even though I think she was tall for her age, she's still a small person.
Yeah. I
You
mean,
can take a person that little and literally fold them up
yeah.
in a suitcase.
How old was that little boy in the suitcase? Wasn't he 5?
Listen, the smallest suitcase you can find.
Yeah. Didn't they say her body would be like the size of a laptop? They told them searchers to look for anything the size of a laptop and bigger, right?
Well,
Unbelievable.
This is what I remember. You don't even know what they did to her. See, that's
Yeah,
why
we don't know they could have done anything.
think like a criminal. See, that's why a lot of people can't think outside the box.
That's why I say, Queen, I fear
wild UFO type stories. UFOs, aliens ain't took none of these children.
no.
Most of these cases are not human trafficking. These folks did not want their children. They hurt their children, and they got rid of their children. And the best way to hide a body is because I did something to you deliberately, and I don't want it known what I did to you.
That's right. If Don Wells got rid of her, I can only imagine the things that he could have done. Because remember he said too, I got 7 alibis and Candace ain't got none. Remember that?
Yeah. See, that's why I said you have to go back to the beginning of the story and listen at all the things that they've said.
Yeah, Queen, I've been learning from you.
But the thing that's crazy is it's stuff that a normal human would never say that's innocent.
Exactly. It's astounding that most of the people who are looking at these cases in the chats still believe Don don't got nothing to do with it. Come on, that's just madness.
Thank you, Linda Smith, for the donation. God bless you. Thank you so kindly. But see, that's the thing.
The things these people have said are out there, just like normal people don't do these things, don't say these things. Also, very important what that Hyatt man said. They spoke of her right away in the past tense. Both of them. At that interview they did on the side of their old jalapeno house.
Yeah.
With that reporter that day. Candace ain't wearing no bra.
That was
looks
over
like she's on some kind of different planet.
Well, why it takes so long to speak to the news and your child is missing?
Yeah. Well, because Candace was too upset, Queen. She couldn't do it.
Yamaha Biker, what are you talking about? What is going on? About the child care, said she did every other issue. I have missed it. What are you talking about? This bitch. Oh my God, I'm about to go off. Didn't clear that day or child clear. What do you mean she didn't clear? I don't understand what you're saying. Like she said, she did every other issue. I might have missed it somewhere. I don't understand what you're saying, Donna. Honey, I wish you go somewhere. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. So I don't know why you keep trying to come up here on the panel. It's never going to happen. So stop. And I shouldn't have to address you, but I'm going to address you because you want attention. I don't play games with kids or adults. I'm 51 years of age. And when you come up to this place and disrespect the queen, you get nothing from me. So please, fuck off.
Is that woman with the accent, Queen?
I don't know who these people are. This is a dirty game up here, and people don't realize how dirty YouTube is.
Oh, no. I told you, when I got off work today, I heard some shit about that Quentin case. And I was like, you know what? It didn't even surprise me.
People, let me tell you something. I'm going to say it, and somebody might get offended. I don't care, because if it don't fit you, you won't get offended. The people in the chat become YouTubers. The people you hear in the stories on the news are in the chat that become YouTubers. It's all the same. The game's the same. Not one is better than the other.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it, Queen, since I started.
YouTube is dirty because the people are dirty. YouTube is just a name. You could call it anything. TikTok, Facebook, see where I'm going?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, I got a channel, Queen. You go look at it. It ain't got nothing to do with your crime.
What you talking about over there?
You gonna laugh when you go look at my channel. Go look after we get done.
You
be rolling laughing.
Well, what are you talking about?
Me? Or the chat?
I'm talking about you. What are you talking about?
I got some stuff on my YouTube, but it ain't got nothing to do with true crime or nothing.
Okay.
And I ain't put nothing on there in years.
Allison, what are you talking about? Sorry, I was appreciating your content. Allison, I don't even know who you are. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. What the point I'm trying to make to you all is that you cannot put people on pedestals, whether they are YouTubers, actors, actresses, whatever. We're all human beings. We're all dirty manipulators, game players. That's what you need to understand. You get all upset that you disagree with something a YouTuber said. You get mad at what the news said. You get mad at what somebody said in the chat. You get mad at a Facebook post. Do you see where I'm going with this? Mm-hmm. Everybody is just what they are, a person. So stop putting people on pedestals.
Right.
Stop getting yourself worked up about what somebody said, what you don't like about what they said. There's a lot of things I don't like people say, but I have to know that when I read it, keep it moving.
Well, Queen, I got one thing to say. I ain't gonna become no damn YouTuber, girl. I got a full-time job. I work like 60-something hours a week.
But the thing people got to understand is there's a reason for the method. Depending on what people are talking about, some people are serious about it, some people ain't. That's just life.
Yeah. I ain't into
but if
that.
your spirit, if you don't have a
I
good
I like watching y'all do it, but I ain't articulate enough to get up here and run the channel.
If you don't have a good spirit and your soul is, you should not be talking about anybody sickly or dying. That's just common sense.
True.
Because anybody can get up here and talk about two teams, who won, read the score, you're done. Mm-hmm. Hey, I like him. He did this. He played the ball great. Now, true crime. You give your commentary pertaining to the characters that have been mentioned. You hypothesize about what you think happened. You start to hear little things about the people. You give your opinion. Now somebody's mad about what you said. See where I'm going?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Then it could be you're talking about the people. You really don't give a damn about what they're talking about. You don't give a damn that the child's missing. You don't give a damn that the child's dead. You don't give a damn that woman was murdered. It's just something to do. You have to decide when you are in the chat listening to these people talk about stuff if they're really caring. That's up to you.
Yeah. Why'd you pick true crime, Queen?
I didn't pick true crime. I talked about everything. My channel's not true crime.
Okay. Yeah.
I know one thing. I'm gonna cut all that noise out.
That makes more sense. Everyday shenanigans. I should have thought of that.
Oh, badass kids howling.
Huh?
Yeah. You know how I am about them children now. I'll let you know now. You're getting a little too loud. Get on now.
We didn't have nobody come to our place. But we live in a town got like 200 people in it.
I don't know what them children are doing. These children sound like bigger kids. Because they was kind of loud there just a minute ago. I don't know. I don't listen. I don't tolerate all that. Get your candy and get on.
Yeah.
I don't want all that noise. Because when they start lingering, that's when they start doing stuff they ain't got no business.
Yeah.
No, I love the children, but you understand, them sounded like some big kids. Didn't sound like
you gotta be careful.
Yeah, they didn't sound like no little bitty spiders.
No. I didn't think we'd get anybody because we live in a really small town. I don't think there's even probably 15 children living in this town. So
okay. Well, the sad thing about it all, no matter who you decide to follow, if it's Oxygen Network, Dateline, whoever, those people are probably the best people to follow because they don't give their commentary. You understand what I'm saying? They don't give their opinion because they know they're not supposed to. But it's sad nonetheless because it is a human life.
Yeah.
And everybody needs a voice once he or she leaves here in a traumatic fashion. And even though we cut up and joke, my channel is probably different than people who just bring you straight commentary to say such and such got murdered, blah, blah, blah. And then they may lay out a few details. Then they jump off. They really don't go deep dive and give their opinions. See, we venture off into joking and making, foul remarks and all that kind of stuff. But nonetheless, I care about people in general because, one, I'm a human being. One, I was once a child. You understand what I'm saying? So, therefore, you want to have some respect for the dead.
Yeah.
Put the jokes aside. That's a human being we are talking about down there in Savannah. That's a human being up the road from me in Rogersville. She's a human.
Yep.
Whether we know that she's alive or deceased, same thing with Quentin. They deserve some respect. The sick part of the story is where we get to joking and talking about their stupid relatives.
Yeah.
And we crack the jokes because it's hard to believe that these people are actually living human beings because they don't know how to act.
It is. Like,
they don't know how to act. And that's the common thread of all the stories. Cal City, Camille McKinney, Summer Wells, Quentin, Taylor Rose. The people, they ain't got no spirit.
Yeah, it's
they don't
crazy.
have no spirit. They're soulless.
I keep wondering when we're going to be presented with one of these cases where I'm not going to be shocked, where they're going to present this sickness and I'm going to hear these details and I'm not going to be shocked, but I still am shocked every time.
Say what now? I lost my train of thought looking in the chat. What'd you say?
I wait.
Cal City.
That case right there is just, I can't. I mean, what the hell is wrong with these people? What did these people gain off of the details we've learned from that case?
They don't have no business having children. Why don't we go back in time with the Wells? Both of these people had issues with child services and they didn't even know each other existed.
Yep.
Two separate beings, opposite sides of the globe, had problems with DHS and child abuse and allegations of SA in their families, and they didn't even know each other. Then they meet and mesh, and they're back at the same place again. What are the odds? 6 degrees of separation. These two beings
operate on the same frequency.
But these two beings would mesh and meet on this earth to be back where they once were with other people. What are the odds? But they say we keep meeting the same people. They're just different name, different height, different weight, different race. But we keep meeting the same jackass people. And I believe that. Because I can say it in my own life. This one acts just like the last one. Talk like the last one. Mad
you know how I make that make sense?
Hung up. Mommy issues. What is the problem?
Yeah. But you know how I make that make sense to me? And I know you got some background in like psychology or something. I don't know. You've talked about it before, understanding how people think, whatever. But you know how I make that make sense? Nikola Tesla. When he said, if you want to understand how the universe operates, you have to think in terms of energy, frequency, and then the other one, I always forget that last one. And it makes sense because the same crazy shit happens to you in life over and over and over because you're operating on that same frequency.
I ask myself that too. Okay, I've got these goals, I got these dreams, but why do I keep talking to people that mirror the last person? Why do I keep befriending people that act like the last person? It's scary So then I
It's
have
like
to
being
check
dialed
myself.
into a frequency on the radio,
It is.
Queen.
It is. It's like some type of, as we say, some type of magnet that's drawing these people,
Yep.
or I'm attracted to these type of people. But then you have to say, well, how can I be attracted to these people when, one, I didn't know them, I just got to know them, and they just so happen to mirror the last person.
Yep. Maybe it's not necessarily the person as much as the circumstances or something. But I agree. There is something that draws us to this. Because I got to ask myself, what am I doing here in this true crime community?
Yeah.
Why do I watch y'all's videos? Why do I listen to these sick ass
Well, my
stories?
thing is this: I watch true crime before venturing to YouTube to watch somebody's. I don't really watch a lot of people's content on YouTube. I just don't. When I watch true crime, it'll be Court TV, 48 Hours, things like that. Oxygen,
Right.
ID channel. I don't go and sit in people's chats for hours listening to that, because they're not going to give me the rundown. The rundown will be somebody that specifically went and investigated the story, and you understand what I'm saying? The
Yep.
YouTubers are basically just giving their opinion.
Yep.
I go where it's no biasness, just straight information. And then I can form my own opinion once it's over.
Well, I will say about 20 years ago, I did want to work in forensics.
Did you really? It's an
I
interesting,
did, but
it's an interesting field. They need people because
yeah,
you
but
gotta
I'm
have
too old
somebody
for it
there.
now, Queen. But here in Iowa, in the area I live in, they don't offer the classes. I would have had to leave,
Oh,
and
the little
Abby
black
was
boy, the little black boy in Savannah, he was found, but I don't have the circumstances to where he was. Probably just goofing off with some friends. Who knows? I don't know. But he was found.
yeah, I saw that. That Amber Alert has been ended. He was found safe.
Amen. Look,
Yes,
amen.
amen. Yep.
Because the kids don't understand. If you're out here goofing off, running off from your parents because you don't want to mind, you're causing people problems, because people get all worked up when they see these children missing, and we don't know that you're over here goofing off with your friends, hanging over here at your friend's house or whatever. Don't do that. Don't do that. If you're being
Right.
mistreated, then hell yeah, run like hell, but you need to go call the police so they can get you somewhere safe. Because you can get yourself wrapped up and be in a house worse than where you came from. And children don't understand that when they're running away. A lot of children right now are prostitutes and addicts because they ran away from home.
Yep.
We have adults who are still victims of the street because they were runaways. It is dangerous to run away because you don't know what you're running to.
Yeah. There's
I don't
people out
advise
there
you-
waiting for you,
Yeah,
just
I don't advise you to
waiting
stay
for
with your
you.
parents or your guardians. They're mistreating you. You need to go call the police and tell them, hey, this is what's going on in my house. You need to do a welfare check. I need somewhere safe. That's what you do. But staying in other people's houses, they're going to get tired of you at some point. Some girl was missing here recently, and I think she was probably hanging at somebody's house. And I thought, well, how did she change her clothes? And she didn't take no clothes with her. So think about it. You're staying in somebody's house. Their mother probably going to get tired of you being there. You got to eat. You got to take a bath. You got to shower. Bills are high. She's got to go. She can't stay here another 5 days. You see where I'm going?
Yep. You live in the city, Queen, or you live out in the country?
I'm way ducked off.
What's that?
I'm ducked off.
Yeah, me too. I live right on the wood line. I
Yeah,
got to
I'm
go
ducked
into
off.
town to work, and that's about all I can deal with it. I can't wait to get home to my solitude.
Oh, yeah. Birds chirping all the time.
Yeah. Deer in the front yard, raccoons running out from under the van.
Oh, Lord, not the raccoons. Lord have mercy.
Yep. Yep.
So before I jump off of here, we're going to start with Quentin, then go to Summer. Do you believe the baby is in the landfill?
I got to say yes because of how many specialists they've called in to search.
Do you believe he will be found?
I think something's going to be found. I
Okay.
got to think that
I've had a few people say that. Now tell me why. Are you listening to the hype that he ain't in there?
yes, I've heard all the hype and I've been swayed, but Kingsley brought
Tell
me
me
back
why.
when she
Tell
said they
me why.
called in
Tell
all
me
them
why. Tell me
specialists.
why. Now you just contradicted yourself. You said all the people out there, he must be in there, but then you said something in there. So you changed it up.
I think they're going to find something of him. DNA, a bone.
I see what you're saying.
But they ain't going to find his
I didn't
whole
know
body.
if you're trying to say it was just going to be maybe his clothes in there.
Well, if they find his
we
clothes
don't even
in
know.
there,
We don't even know how he was discarded. So there.
if they find the clothes, there better be some DNA on the clothes.
Okay. Do you think they will charge the mother even without a body, her and her mother?
I don't think they can, Queen. Because here, let me just say why.
Okay, hold
judge.
on 1 second. Scouts Boo said he's there but won't be found. Trash has been compressed too much.
That's what I was. It's just looking at it. It's a pancake. Literally, we're looking for a pancake.
Be found. 2 others say nope. Love and it's me. Lord, y'all, please stop it. But I tell you to go check out the Camille McKinney story. She was in a construction dump for 10 days and thrown in the landfill. She was found because the girlfriend told it. So that's why I posted it to my community board. You can be found in that dump.
Yeah, but I'm the judge, Queen. You're the prosecutor. You walk in, you tell me, yeah, I got Leilani on video. She threw this bag in the dump. She sat there 3 hours, waited for the dumpster to come and empty the dump thing. And the judge is going to say, okay, well, she could have been throwing lettuce and tomatoes out in that bag. We don't know that there was a baby in that bag. That's what a judge is going to say.
The judge is not going to have anything to do with this. It's the indictment, the people who are on the panel for the indictment, and the 12 members of the jury.
Well, yeah, there you go. How are you going to convince 12 people that there wasn't lettuce, tomato in that bag and that Quentin was in there?
Because I'm going to ask you what the fuck you were doing emptying trash down 6 minutes on the road when you have trash outside your house. That's how. Right.
But aren't they going to want some hard evidence?
You're not listening. We don't know what they have.
Yeah, true. True.
You don't know.
I know there's something because they don't twisted this shit up too much.
You're not listening. You don't know what they have. You don't know what evidence they have. You have dogs who have hit on a scent allegedly at the landfill, at the dumpster, perhaps. So you got to count all of that. You don't know if somebody saw her there. Somebody saw her car there. You don't know if there was an eyewitness out smoking a cigarette and saw her sitting there. Stay woke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've heard all that stuff too.
If I got an eyewitness and surveillance, then now I've got to ask you, or your lawyer has to explain to the 12 members what she was doing over there at 11 o'clock, 1 in the morning. See where I'm going?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what's your explanation?
Exactly.
We got your car on video. We got you walking to the dumpster. What were you doing? Because how are you going to dispute your own self on the camera? Don't matter what you was throwing in the dumpster. Your child missing.
Yep.
You use deduction. Your baby missing, he ain't been seen. Cadaver dog get on the scent.
I heard that about the cadaver dogs, but I didn't hear it from a source. It was on one of the YouTubers.
Well, it came from my source, brought that to me from law enforcement.
Okay. Good. Then it's true.
The same source about the video, the same source about Billie Joe being investigated, same source.
Well, that gives me a little bit more hope then, Queen.
Well, you had them known even before I even said I had a source. They had to have had something, because how you gonna go from a dumpster to a landfill on what?
Well, the damn grandmother come out day one on Facebook or something and said she put him in the landfill. Remember?
Okay.
That's how I even found out he was in the landfill, because I heard that.
But that's Billie Joe's version. You still don't know what they have. You got to remember something. They probably had something, I don't know, maybe before she spoke. I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking when I saw the press conference.
Yes, Scout is right. People have been convicted on circumstantial. Exactly.
Right. But when I saw the press conference, the first one, and they had, luminoled and done the pool and all this, and my daughter said, well, how did they think that the baby is in the landfill, Mom? I said, look, if they luminoled that house and they found enough blood evidence that there was enough blood out of that baby's body, they know he's dead.
And that's another thing you're not you're not thinking of everything in the case. Everything starts at the house. You don't even know what they took out of the house.
Right. Right.
You don't
We
know
have no clue.
they checked washing machine, the sinks, the toilet. They drained the pool. You don't know what they saw inside of the house. You don't know what they saw in the garbage can in the side of the house, the garbage can on the outside. You don't know what the ring cameras show from the neighbors, the cameras on the utility poles, all the way to the dumpster, to the landfill. You have no earthly idea. You don't know what the Google search is going to bring up. You don't know their conversations in Messenger, Snapchat, WhatsApp, TikTok.
Yep. And he said that they had gathered enough evidence to lead them to the landfill.
That's how they put 2 and 2 about the little black boy in the suitcase. Fingerprints led them to the parents. Then they went to her Facebook account. That told everything. She's sitting there talking about this boy was evil, ritualistic stuff. She told on herself.
Well, I haven't even looked at all that. I'll have to do that here, Queen.
Because people can't stay off that fucking Facebook. But your fingerprints are on the bag that the baby's in. So what is your fingerprints doing on a bag and your baby's in here dead? How are you going to explain that to 12 members of a jury? Well, man, you had to put him in here. He didn't put himself in a bag and close himself up in a suitcase.
No. And this woman, she heard on the news that they found that baby in that suitcase in them woods. All these months between that, when the cops said they found him, and now, I can't even imagine living a life like that. I can't. That's got to be just like the most terrifying thing, knowing that you done did some shit like this and they're coming for you. They're coming for you any damn moment.
But right now, if you look at her, she look like she ain't worried about a thing. Lalani.
Yeah, I know. I know. Do you remember, Queen? How old are you?
51.
Me too. So I know you're going to know what I'm talking about. Remember back here when all these video games and stuff were coming out and they were like, oh, be careful, don't let your kids play these video games. It's desensitizing them, whatever. That's what I see in this Leilani. Not necessarily the video game aspect.
The mother's out of Atlanta.
When
the baby was found in Indiana, in a suitcase in rural Indiana.
Yeah. That's what I see. Is the desensitive, like she's so desensitized to everything.
But you got to remember, she has had a trouble upbringing with Billie Joe. Billie Joe is the cause of this child being wayward and desensitized.
So that's probably what desensitized her.
You go through foster care, you're going to feel a certain type of way towards everybody.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
You don't get any help. You don't get any therapy.
I agree.
You don't reconcile.
She thinks she's fooling everybody, Queen. She's so desensitized. She thinks she's fooling everybody, but
listen, you don't make amends with your family. See, what you all may think, because she's speaking to Billie Joe, it means something. It don't. That girl may have resentment.
Some of us can see it.
She may have resentment towards her mother and her father, depending on how they raised her, what went on, what she saw, the petty stealing. The petty stealing leads to more things if you don't get it under control. Everybody knows this.
Yep.
And all the things she's done are the signs you see with most sadists and serial killers. They once played with fire, dead animals, stole things, lied, pathological liars.
Yep.
Theft. But as I said, every thief doesn't become a killer. Every liar doesn't become a killer. But this baby killer were those things.
Yep. Yep. Because some people can handle life and some people can't.
Billie Ho has sent 6 children to foster care, 1 to the grave, and a 2nd on the way to prison. Well, we have no idea what their lives, those children's lives were like with Billie Joe. What they saw, what they heard.
Well, I wonder,
Oh,
was
we
her
get shifted
son in her
around,
custody when he killed this?
mistreated, neglected. You go into foster care. God forbid how many houses the kids went to. So you don't know all that. Now,
Yeah.
you're grown and you're making babies back to back, different men, different baby daddies. You
Yeah.
already see the signs she's trouble.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't have any
Yeah.
emotional attachments to anything.
Well, I
would it?
wonder, was her
Then
son in
she
her
also-
custody when he was charged with murder?
And then she also is a drug user. So now you got to factor that in. That's going to mess up your mindset.
Yep.
She's doomed. Now, could she have changed it? Of course. But she'd have to want to. Because she's not the only person who went to foster care. She's not the only one that had jacked up parents. But everybody can't reconcile and see past the negativity.
Yeah, everybody's not a survivor. Some people fall
And that's
into
why
it.
I look at her and wonder, all these people you see doing things in the world, positive, young people, why would you want to have children back to back in this day and age? That's baffling to me.
Yeah.
All your friends are going to school, college, they're driving around in nice cars, they got apartments, and you're sitting here laying up having one kid after the other. You'd have to be lonely inside to just keep having baby after baby after baby, and you're changing baby daddies out like socks. Why? Why would you want that for yourself? She didn't have no self-esteem. She don't got no self-esteem. You can't logically make me believe you got self-esteem and all you're doing is pushing out babies. They got a different baby daddy every year. You do not like yourself.
No. And none of these people around her so-called love her, whatever,
right. She don't got
thought
no
to
support.
speak to her and say, you know, Leilani.
Because somebody should have told her, hey, go to school, get an education. If you have sex, use protection, use a pill. Nothing.
Yeah.
Just
it's like not one person guided her into
out.
anything
A 3-year-old all the way to an infant. You ain't even had time to let your body breathe.
Yeah.
Why would you want that for yourself? I don't understand that. I see young girls like that now. Baby, 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 baby. Why? For what?
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't understand.
Me either, Queen. I say the same thing. I'm baffled all the time.
And now she's like Candace. She's a younger version of Candace. You ain't got none of your children.
Yeah.
And guess what? Somebody will want her. You think that black boy ain't heard that she her children gone and one of them dead? If that's true, that rumor they spreading around, what man would want you? But they will.
Yeah.
Billie Joe got somebody. Now, she ain't killed nobody that we know of, but she's had some torrid past. You see, she got a husband. My point.
Mm-hmm. Well, that husband can't be no damn better than they are, because he's up there shacking up with all of them. So
we're all weak of the flesh, because you got to remember something. If you don't really get to know a person, you're judging them by how they look. You're judging them by how they look. Oh, she's pretty. He's handsome. And then, God forbid, you do stuff with them that you ain't got no business too soon. So then you're immersed into the sexual part of being with a human. But you don't really know them. And then as you get to know them, you might start saying to yourself, or you say to yourself, man, I really don't like his ways. I really don't like her ways. But you keep on because possibly the sex is good. You're getting something from them. Maybe they're giving you money. I don't know. The point is, you're lock and key when really you're not even attracted to them.
Yeah.
It could be just physical.
Yep.
And she searches for physical. And women were like that, clingy, needy, but it can be, you can doom yourself when you're only searching and you're only getting physical. You're not really getting anything else out of the other person, but just a warm body. You got to have more than that. You can't sustain on just sex. Yeah. Getting high together, drinking together. That's all you got, smoking a blunt, puff, puff, pass. You got to want more than that for yourself.
Yeah.
Now you got a baby in tow, puff, puff, pass, get drunk, turned up, snort a little. you are fucked.
Yep, you sure are. That's right.
Well, Biker, we know that. We're just saying you still should want more for yourself at some point. 22, she knows better, despite her past. But her past is a part of her. And she's decided to let her past guide her pathway. She doesn't have to, but she has. And that's the point.
Yeah.
Nobody's put a gun
She
to
had
her
the ability to get up out of there, walk up out of there,
Nobody
get
put
a
a gun to her
job.
head and told her to keep doing all these things and having all these babies and using drugs. This is a choice, because in the end, you have to own your shit.
Yep.
Because we all have made mistakes. I have met the worst of man and woman, and they have changed their lives. So it can be done, but you have to want to change. She doesn't want it. She doesn't want it. And now what she's doing is, as some people saying, she's just waiting on the call. We're on our way. Because we know they ain't going to call you. They're going to just show up. But that's basically all Leilani and Billie Joe are waiting on. It's the pickup date. Because they know it's coming. So they can drink and get high, sit on the lawn and poke the YouTubers, holler and scream like they miss Quentin. They do not. They just waiting on the pickup date.
Yep. They better get their groove on while they can, because it's going to end any moment.
I'm going to check out of here, okay?
Yep.
I'll probably be back. I don't know if I come back today or be tomorrow. I want to talk about Ronnie Lawson, because we need to get that topic out of the way about this 1 year time limit. And I do think it's something very sinister going on up there. And I don't understand why somebody in the chat said he's out. That's strange to me.
Yeah, no.
Because if he's not even doing the 1 year, somebody needs to have their ass strung up.
Oh, yeah. They gotta have pitchforks in the darn street out in front of that damn Ronnie Lawson's department. But I hope you do it when I'm off work, Queen. Maybe I'll be in the chat. I'll be watching the video for sure.
Yeah, I'll try to come back later on, because I'm trying to knock down all my stories that I've had lined up, and I have done no crime vaults in over a month. I want to bring you an older story. You know, Jeffrey Dahmer kind of falls into the older content, and I kind of did that last night because, you know, his father is suing Netflix. I don't know if you watched my live from last night.
I did.
About a 3 hour.
See, I get up at 2 a.m. to go to work, Queen. So when you're doing them late night lives, I love that.
Thank you all so much. But don't you find that crazy? He's suing Netflix. It's like, what the hell?
I absolutely do.
And he's near 90 years old.
Uh-huh.
You're welcome, everybody. I love you all. Thank you so much for the support. All my new subscribers, thank you so much. I told my mod, I said, this is my secret. I said, maybe I should go to Savannah.
When I saw them maps that you did, I thought you had.
Queen, if Queen go to Savannah, honey, if I go to Savannah, I'll be nowhere near Bulk Hall. So, child, I'll be somewhere down in town trying to get my shop out. I'm trying to taste the different places to eat and dine and drink.
I don't blame you.
But I'm going to say this on the live stream. If I decided to go to Savannah, it would be only to talk to the people in the community and get an idea of how the townspeople feel, not Bulk Halter and filming that. That's old news. We already know what the house looks like. Mm-hmm. I would want to talk to the people in the community and ask them, how do they feel about living in that town and knowing that that baby's in that dump? How do they feel about Chief Hadley? And how do they feel about the ruckus on the street and nothing really being done but 1 or 2 arrests? That's what I would talk to the people about. Standing out there in front of the house, I don't rock like that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Queen, because I kind of think outside of the box with this stuff too.
I don't believe in harassing people, whether I think they killed the child or not. What am I going to gain by standing out there hooping and hollering and cursing people out? And because I wouldn't want it done to me.
No.
I wouldn't want it done to me.
Them poor neighbors don't deserve this.
like peace and quiet. So
Yeah.
that's why I don't jive with that. I don't jive with that. And I know people who murder people. I know people right now walking around on murder charges, and they got a bail and bond. And I ain't heard nobody messing with this one girl who just killed my the people I know, their daughter. A girl I just know just got murdered, and I ain't heard nobody standing outside of her mama's house and rallying for why she ended up shooting the girl, because she meant to shoot the boyfriend. You see where I'm going?
Yep.
There are people walking around right now on bond for murder, and ain't nobody outside their house rallying and fussing and cussing because they know better. They know something would jump off. Everybody and their mama will come out. Everybody will be fighting each other.
Yep. Yeah, it's a mess.
It's a mess. Thank you for joining me, Lisa.
Thank you, Queen.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody, that's Lisa. Thank you all so much for joining me. This has been an interesting live. I'm almost at 5 hours. Somebody need to straighten me out, because I knew it was going to be windy, but I didn't know it was going to go this long. But I thank you for following the content. One of my lives I want to do is pertaining to Ronnie Lawson, because we need to understand what the hell is going on with his son and what's their preferential treatment in the sentence, because he deserved more time for the charging document said penetration. I don't know how you can get 1 year after allegedly penetrating a child 4 times, if I am saying that correct. If it's not correct, I'll put a correction in this video, but this does not make any sense. And even if you have touched the child 4 times, you still should get more than a year. Whether you touched the child, had sex with the child, you still should have more than 1 year. And that's what's wrong with our society. You keep letting these pedophiles get only a few years in jail. They are messing with our youth, our children, our babies. And then they have the propensity to grow up to become an offender. So we definitely need justice for these children. You're basically saying it's okay to sexually assault a child and then get free. Oh, we'll put you on the register. A lot of those people run off and don't even register. Then we have to worry about what it does to the child. Then we have to worry that he or she won't go out here and touch other children. You don't understand the seriousness of this, judge. You would break your neck if you heard somebody was touching your child. You'd want them to get life. It shouldn't be but the shoe on the other foot to understand right from wrong. A pedophile will not change. And if that man is walking around right now, he will reoffend again. And anybody near him know him, you should not have him around your children. Ever. Ever. And what is he going to do for work now? Because everybody knows everybody up in them parts. And who's going to hire a pedophile? Where are you going to live? You got to live somewhere. You're going to have to live way up in the boonies somewhere, not in town. And of course, this is East Tennessee. You can get ducked off in these parts. But it's principle. You still got to come out and shop, go to the store, go to the doctor. What life are you going to have? Because everybody is going to know that's the guy that was raping little girl, little boy. He just better hope don't nobody handle him if it's true that he's walking around, or if and when he gets out. When he gets out, if he ain't already, you better hope somebody don't pay you a visit. Because we have people who will exact revenge, especially when you're talking about assaulting children. And Ronnie Lawson, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Especially considering the Summer Wells case and all the things you've heard about Don Wells and Candace Bly. And the fact that your son is walking around, you should feel some type of way. But I know about people who uphold their children. That's the reason why we have pedophiles and sadists running around, murderers running around, people reoffending. It's because they've been coddled all their life. They've been handed a pass to do wrong, to keep doing wrong, to keep reoffending. And I think your son is possibly one of those people. And what I'm now wondering, yeah, we're going to talk about this later, if indeed charges have come before the court and you all have pushed them under the rug. Police already know about your son, and somebody then sprinkled a little salt at the victim's doors to make sure they stop talking. Is that also what we're talking about? Witness tampering, intimidation, fudging of documents. You forgot. Y'all really don't know the queen. I know all about them parts, and I know somebody that works for the news up there personally. Maybe we need to call them and say, hey, the person working investigations of the news, you need to check this sheriff out. There's some improprieties between him and the judge. I think you got some people already stirring the pot up there. And now, when I get off this live, I will be calling a certain young lady who works here at the local news in Knoxville. She and I have built a rapport with one another. And I think I will drop a dime because obviously she listens to me because she just did a news story on somebody I know on domestic violence. That story aired about a week ago. I will be sending her a text. I keep trying to tell y'all, hey, Queen know a few people. And everybody wants 5 minutes of fame, as y'all say. So I don't mind getting this girl up on the ladder because she might one day want to be sitting at the NBC News desk. I will send this information over to somebody because I think Knoxville, Tennessee needs to hear the story of Mr. Ronnie Lawson. Sir, are you trying to hide information pertaining to Summer Wells? Do you know something about the Summer Wells case? And I also follow Miss Earhart on Twitter. So maybe I need to drop a statement on her Twitter page and ask her, what do you all know about Ronnie Lawson since you've been aiding an investigation of Summer Wells? And see if I get a reply. All I'm going to say is, sir, if you know something about this child and this investigation, you're going to probably wish you were dead. Because people are crazy out here. And it'd be a shame for something to happen to you or your son. Now with his charges out in the public. And who's going to trust you now knowing your son ain't got but a little bit of time or no time on sexual assault against a child, and you're investigating a missing child with allegations of SA. That don't look too good. That don't look good at all. If you see something, say something. Be a part of the solution and not the problem. Mind the children. Thank you so much for following the content. God bless all of you. I may be back a little bit later. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. God bless all of you. Happy Halloween. Please be safe. Watch the children as they're running up and down the streets, getting their candy. Prayers for Quentin Simon, Summer Wells, Cal City boys. Prayers for all the little babies. Thank you all so much. God bless you. This is Everyday Shenanigans. And thank you, Linda. Bye. Bye-bye, sweetie.